Alright, we are live. I realize I should have pulled this up before I started streaming, but here we are. So, a few things I need to say. Number one, sorry that there wasn't a live stream last week. Last week was a little bit weird. Sorry, I guess I'll wait for this. Last week was a little weird. I don't really know how to explain it, but yeah, things got busy, and I actually, so the weird thing is, I did live stream Sonic Mania, but it didn't want me to, I guess, because the video just isn't there. Like, it said it was live streaming the entire time, but the video just isn't there, so there's 20 minutes of Sonic Mania footage that's just gone. Now, I wasn't very good at it, so it's not like it's a huge loss, but that did happen. Which I was a little surprised by. That's a bit loud, isn't it? I've changed PCs since last playing this, I just realized, so that's why it's going to be so loud. I've reworked my PC. I kept some of the same parts, but it's an entirely different PC. Though it has some of the same parts as previously. Marvel's Midnight Suns. That skin looks terrible. Night one. Yeah, so about that, we haven't played since November, and I just legitimately forgot about this game. It's not very memorable. It's not by any means bad. Like, as you can see, things look okay. It's just a very forgettable sort of game. I don't know why they made it at all, really, because it's just so easy to forget about it. So, anyway, this is part 2 we're going to be playing. And sorry, I had Dark Legion up, DC Dark Legion. It's a mobile game. I have been playing it for a future video, so hopefully that will come out soon. So yeah, I'm gonna try to go back to some of the previous games because I hate starting games and not finishing them. On my previous YouTube channel, I had a terrible deal doing that. So I want to actually finish the games I start. I'm not doing all the side quests or anything for this, but I want to, at least finish it. What the hell? Where did that fall? Hold on, let me get this plugged in. I had to put an announcement out because people don't actually get... Well, I've been told that people don't actually get the notifications from my YouTube channel, which I'm not entirely sure how that works, because that's literally, like, if you have notifications on, it's supposed to give you them, so I don't know how it wouldn't. But also I have a bigger reach on the League of Comic Geeks, so I always make sure to do that when I start. That's the highest the graphics go? Okay. Can I make my... Wait, no? Okay. Okay, you just can't turn like I want to. Alright, that's fine.
Not to be the nagging old lady, but I told you.
I forgot, they got MJ for her. MJ from Spectacular Spider-Man. Best MJ voice.
Hey, for what it's worth, I think you did okay out there. You got some decent hang time, even given you were wearing, what, 70, 80 pounds of chainmail? On the Stark scale of reckless yet daring heroics, I give it a solid 6 out of 10. Don't worry, you'll get there, with a little help.
Is it just me, or is he very MCU Tony? Not that I dislike MCU Tony, and not that I've read that many Iron Man comics, but he seems very MCU Tony to me.
And exactly am I going?
Oh, that's the real question, isn't it? Sky's the limit for you, my friend. Unless you'd be up for wearing a space helmet. You do breathe air, don't you? You know what? It doesn't matter. I couldn't help but overhear Auntie Caretaker over there telling you to get some rest. That sounds like a good idea to me. I suppose I could keep you company on the way, seeing as our rooms are in the same direction and all. Besides, no one should be forced to walk the hallways around here alone.
I like that they gave him the mustache.
The old room, huh? It's not bad. Functional. Solid construction. Almost cozy. Love the antique furnishings from the early Mephisto collection. Full transparency, Hunter, there's another reason I asked to join you here, other than my abject terror of this entire facility. Stopped here before, while you were out. Wanted to surprise you with a nice little housewarming present. Was all set to write you a lovely welcome note, but I'm fairly certain that wasn't red ink in your quill.
I assure you, there is nothing to fear here.
Well, it's easy to say not to be scared of things that go bump in the night when you are a thing that goes bump in the night. I don't even watch horror movies, and now I'm living in one.
Horror movies?
Oh, you'll love them. Imagine a painting come to life. Moving, talking, telling a story, one that just happens to be pulled from your very worst nightmare. Or just stop by my room. Fairly certain there's one hanging there already. Well, I suppose I should leave before whatever monstrosity that is most definitely hiding under your bed jumps out, rips my face off, and then proceeds to feast on my soul. I'll leave you to it.
May your sleep be filled with pleasant dreams, Tony.
They're laying it on a little thick.
Oh, and if you hear the shrieking of a grown man, please ignore it. It's just me, walking to my room.
Laying it on a little thick. Little bit. What is the present?
Hi, I'm Tony Stark. But if you're hearing this message, you already know that. When I'm not saving the world, I solve
Robbie
various
Reyes.
problems with technological means, like the one you're holding. I call it the Spark, a secure information and communication device built only for superheroes. It does all the usual, private messages, pictures, and calls for some reason. But it also comes with access to Superlink, a private social network exclusively for your cape-wearing, world-saving compatriots. You might ask, Tony, aren't you just repurposing a failed product from your communications division? If you do, I'll revoke access and let everyone else know you're a jerk. I call it the
Wow, the Wonder Man rule. Wow. Okay, that's kind of funny, actually. Alright, so we've got me, which is Hunter. That's not actually my name, but that's what I do. And it's the customizable player character. Then we've got fucking Blade, looking sick as hell, but, I mean, he always does. And then Doctor Strange, mostly comic accurate Doctor Strange. And that's not a booming god. What do you mean? What's your league username? I I think you're a recent follower of mine. If you haven't heard my voice before, most devout followers of mine have already heard my voice. I've had this YouTube channel for going on a year now. It hasn't quite been a year. So people have heard my voice for quite some time, and you were there when I said Casey. So I think you're a recent follower. See, I know my own lore pretty well. And why would you think I talk like a booming god? Not all trans women have super deep voices, and I intentionally pitch my voice higher anyway. This is a very well crafted voice that you're hearing. I worked on it for like close to a decade now, so I don't like how he's moving. He looks like a FNAF animatronic. Yeah, so that's not even really comic accurate. The only thing, it reminds me of the Bendis run of Invincible Iron Man. You know that from, what was it, 2015, 2016? It reminds me of that suit. I I was about to say had. I still have it. An action figure from that run. Like a 4-inch one or something that I always used. I really liked it. I really liked it. And this reminds me of that. Like, it took inspiration from it, but they wanted to go a different direction with it. It's a very interesting suit. I want to see what mark it is. Does it tell me that? It's not going to tell me that, is it? It doesn't tell me that. It's just the Iron Man suit from Midnight Suns. And it's weird that Iron Man's in Midnight Suns anyway, because he's usually not even associated with that team, as far as I'm aware, though I haven't read any of it.
My armor in this thing.
Any outfits? Okay, let's go with this. Oh, what, we have to buy it? Okay, never mind, I guess. How do I get out? I guess I can't. Okay. Cool. I'm hot. Wow. Okay. Can we get the camera back a little bit? Hello? Oh. Very... Maybe this is just the sort of game that I don't usually play, but it's just odd controls for what I'm used to. Everything's just kind of off.
My old journal. Maybe it is time I start writing in it again.
You just woke up. That looks like Scarlett Johansson. She looks like Scarlett Johansson. She really does. Alright. See, I've got to keep picking up my mouse to move it. See, I wish I could change that, but I already checked and I can't. Can I leave, please? No, it's going to make me go in bed, isn't it? No? Painting?
We were all so happy then.
So who am I supposed to be here? The fucking dog? No, I don't think so. Yeah, see, now it makes me go to bed. There's 3 things to look at. So cliche. What your character looks like? What's your league username? Agatha Harkness.
No. Hold the line. I can stop her.
In my Midnight Suns?
Stop her.
Oh. Why'd she say it with a Welsh double L? She's like, child.
I know.
Charlie the Demon Dog.
I missed you too.
Oh, those
Let her
textures.
enjoy the moment. She's been visiting your door every morning for the past 300 years.
Wow.
It must have been so hard on her.
Not just her. I suppose that's why I might have been a little cursed before.
A little.
You already made the ultimate sacrifice once. Maybe I'm in no rush to see you do it again.
We do not choose our destiny.
But we can choose to duck.
First lesson you ever taught me.
And still the most important. Especially now that you have all these eyes on you.
Oh, you're Ruari. Okay.
You're
You're just messing with me. You're just messing with me, which is classic Ruari. Okay, the animations look a lot better than previously because my card is better, because I have a better PC now. So I'm happy about that. Sorry, we're supposed to be paying attention to the story. I'm sure it's very emotional.
For now, I would head to the forge. Our new guests are eager to show you something. This was a lot easier when it was just you and I beheading the dark.
DC Dark Legion?
Through the woods.
DC Dark Legion mentioned?
I never could.
DC Dark Legion mentioned? Okay,
Charlie was restless all night.
I
Should have known something was wrong.
don't care.
We'll talk more later. But for now,
I don't know. You seriously hadn't heard my voice before now? Like you just... I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
can tell your friend inside there to turn it up a few hundred Kelvin?
Stark can.
I could. However, it might shatter the containment spell preventing him from incinerating this facility.
I think we're good. And just in time.
The forge has certainly changed.
Right. Caretaker said this all happened after your siesta. What spooky castle would be complete without its own Babylonian demon-powered furnace?
Sumerian fire demon.
Ah.
His name is Babs.
Oh, now it all makes sense. Well, once you get past the esoteric terror of the situation, I found this thing actually has some uses. Molecular bonding, breaking down evil gamma serums, fashion accessorizing.
Yes, speaking of...
Oh, right. It's ready.
Ah, Midnight
your
Sun's uniform.
armor seemed to offer minimal protection against the venom creature.
I noticed.
Yeah, I thought you could use an upgrade.
Hey, 3 viewers. Nice.
Well fired.
Welcome everyone to Midnight
Caretaker
Suns
did not
Part
mention
2.
that you two were such skilled smithies.
Yep. I am Iron Smithy.
Perhaps you should just try it on.
Thank you. You just genuinely forgot my voice. That's funny. Sleep well. I will see you later. Okay, that is a pretty cool costume, actually.
Still think it could have used a cloak.
Of course you would. This is a very MCU-inspired game, I'd say.
Stylish, damn near indestructible, and we even got the size right.
My
Not
back.
bad for our first
Look at
collaboration.
my back. Okay, sorry.
Benefited from a cloak.
You already used that line.
I think everything could benefit from a cloak.
They literally used this joke 2 times in a row.
Cape when you think no one's listening.
Sharing a workspace.
Hunter, your new attire suits you quite well. But how are you holding up on the inside? I know it's easy to look upon me and simply see the universe's utmost authority on all things mystical and macabre, Hunter. However, in addition to being Earth's sorcerer supreme, I am also your doctor.
You mean a
Is
physician
he
of
a-
medical arts? You jest.
I assure you, Hunter, I
He was a
do not
surgeon, right?
jest. They don't call me Mr. Strange now, do they?
Mm-hmm.
Except for Tony. Your awakening ritual was admittedly a touch more chaotic than I had originally intended, and after your violent encounter with Venom, my oath to Hippocrates compels me to check in with you. Simply put, how do you feel?
Strange's PhD. I imagine he had a PhD. Doctor Strange has 5? Yeah, he's a neurosurgeon. So, this isn't... It's whatever. It doesn't matter.
Physically, I am fine. However, I do feel some...
Grogginess, a tinge of nausea, sense of memory loss upon time of passing, watery or itchy eyes, common side effects when one is pulled back into the light. Believe me, I know. If any other symptoms arise, you can always tell me. Particularly if you develop a craving for brains. I have a cream for that.
Cream?
In any event,
Okay.
I, for one, do not know if I will ever feel 100% again after the events of yesterday.
I don't remember what
Still
happened
can't
back in
believe
November.
what transpired. Sanctum, all
Ah.
my knowledge. Wanda, lost. Swallowed whole by the black mouth of that foul
Ah, right.
creature.
They're doing a Spider-Man 2.
All my resources, all my gifts, I should have
The game.
seen this outcome spelled out in the sacred geometry of this universe years ago. But I miscalculated.
It's because you're not perfect, Steven.
Lilith's power has placed a dark shroud over us all, Doctor. You are not alone in this.
Your words are appreciated. Still, I must not allow the underlying truth of the situation to become shrouded as well. It's not just the Sanctum Sanctorum that was lost yesterday. It was my protege, Wanda. She is My charge, my responsibility, and I failed her.
His charge. That's an interesting way to put it.
Determined not to let that happen with you, Hunter, which is why I am here to answer any questions you may have. Perhaps my wisdom may benefit you more than it has me thus far.
I know what Venom is. That's probably just for the player, in case you don't know. I actually don't need to know any of that.
Visit whenever you like. It's not often I get to converse with a true legend.
Alright, they want us to look at this, don't they? Oh, no, we just plain get it, I guess.
Fascinating.
I do not know much about Doctor Strange lore, so I don't know about the Orb of Agamotto.
Hunter, buddy, talk to me. I hate to admit it, but somehow this ancient forge puts any arc reactor I've got to shame. Who would have thought mystically bound demon power would be
Yeah, it's the stuff Bane uses, and that's what Batman used in the movie, in The Batman. That's what he injected into his leg, duh. Now that is my actual theory of what he did there to get himself back up. That was, you cannot tell me that was adrenaline. You cannot tell me that was an EpiPen. I will not believe you. That's not how that works. He like fucking broke his leg or whatever. It's been a while since I've seen it. I have it sitting right here. I should watch it again. But yeah, no, you can't tell me that. But yeah, no, it's the stuff that Bane uses. What did he say? Yeah. Why is there a demon in the
Tell me
forge?
about this demon. Why is it there?
Well, you would probably know more about that than me. I'm still working on a way to keep track of everything that goes bump in the night around here.
You already... Okay.
They've got trapped down there. It's hotter than hell by a few thousand Kelvin, very pissed off, and really good at weaving synthetic microplanes. The tools are just one part of the equation. You gotta know how to use them too.
That's fair. I don't think anyone is that jacked without steroids.
I'm betting you have questions, so ask away, Hunter.
Believe me, I have examined every single one of Rhea Ripley's muscles, and there's no way that she could get that big without steroids. I think she could with steroids, honestly. Like, if she took a lot. But there's no need for that. She doesn't need any. But, yeah, absolutely Batman. He's too big. He's too big. I don't like it. I don't like his design at all. I've still got to catch up on it. I haven't read 7 yet. It's a forge.
What sorts of things are you doing in here?
Oh, that's right. You were out a while. Basically, we've got a gigantic demon inside the magic box here that provides near limitless power for whatever we might need. Sounds insane, but sometimes it's easier to just go with it.
That's Marvel. That's Marvel, honestly.
Okay, so why not magically create a way through that symbiote shield?
Have you ever known it to work that way? We can't just wish upon a star here. We need to know what we're making first and put together the right components.
Alright, that's a
Otherwise,
decent
it'll
lore
look a bit strange, a
explanation.
new personality.
You must have an interesting origin story of your
He's...
own.
Say the alcohol
Just your
thing.
typical American boy. Pops was a founding member of the military-industrial complex. Mom, a famous socialite. Tragedy struck when I lost them both in a car crash, which turned out to be a hit from a rival corporation. I spent my early
Rival
teens
corporation,
at MIT,
huh?
trying to clear my head. I was all set to follow in Dad's footsteps as a war profiteer. Then one day, fortune shined on me, in the form of some errant shrapnel that launched itself...
He kinda does, actually. When he was younger, at least. You're kind of... At least in this light. When he walks outside, he doesn't look as much. He looks much more like 80s comic Tony. That's what I think they're pulling from. But yeah. He didn't mention Demon in a Bottle. I'm surprised.
I guess we have all had difficult childhoods here.
But yeah, he kind of does look like Antonio Banderas here.
I can't tell you how hard it was to memorize all that at Skrull Sleeper Camp. Just kidding. Or am I?
There's a lot of references that this is not a very good game for new Marvel fans. that are trying to get into Marvel. I'm not sure who would get a Midnight Suns game if you don't know Marvel already. I mean, that's kind of insane, but any game, I guess, could be someone's first, and this has a lot of Marvel lore. Like, I'm getting to my limits of Marvel lore here. It's weird. I don't know.
Seen anything strange around here?
Yeah, Doctor Strange.
My roommate, boom, roasted.
I made it before he could, huh?
But on a more serious note, this place is legitimately haunted. Mirrors look back at you. My room rearranges itself, and worst of all, magic cats.
What? Black cat?
Was it suspiciously elusive, even for a cat?
Actually, yes. Thought I was going crazy there for a second, but clearly I'm still firing on all cylinders. It just poofed in next to me out in the yard. Small, black, furry.
That my cat does that.
Probably some kind of shape-shifting monster knowing this place.
My cat does that. She just will appear next to me, and she's furry and black. 6,000 comics read of Marvel alone. I'm only past 1,500 since I joined the league. Before that, my estimate is maximum 1,000. I was thinking it was 2,000 before, but looking back, I haven't even gotten to 2,000 in this time, so I doubt it was 2,000 when I was like 8. You know, I wasn't reading constantly. I read a lot of Spider-Man, but anyway.
Is all this magic
We're gonna get through this and then hopefully get back to the main story.
Surprise some people to hear this, but I do like some things with rules. Isotope decay, magnetic fields, and gamma oscillation make a lot more sense to me than Eye of Newt, bat wings, and a sprinkle of sunshine. At least they did before everything changed.
But you and the doctor seem to work well together.
Well, no need to put a label on things. The guy is good at making sense of this madness every now and then. He's not talking to his cape.
6,201. I am at 1,577, I think it is.
I take it this new version
It's
is a
crazy.
technological marvel.
I wish I could read
Custom
more.
Carbon composites, some patent-pending alloy mesh,
No
and a few
time.
touches from Dr. Spooky over there. And hey, the built-in community
Wow.
means we can talk to each other without sending a raven.
You've read more DC than I've read of comics total since I joined the league.
I thought the old one was pretty nice, actually.
So did Venom. I think he's still picking a few pieces of it from his teeth.
Fair enough.
Thanks for catching
I
me
just
up on
hit that
things.
button. I didn't think about it.
Anytime. Oh, and speaking of things, remember that creepy gamma goop you found from that hopped-up Hydra soldier? Well, I gave it a peek, and it explains a lot. If you have a minute, meet me at the anvil over there, and I'll walk you through it. I promise it'll be worth your time.
Sure. Fine. Are you gonna go... Is he gonna walk over to the anvil? Where's the... Oh, here it is. Gamma coil analysis. Peter Parker appearances too. Your life is Peter Parker's life.
Advanced gamma thermodynamics was a hot topic at ye old demon hunting school, so I'm just gonna give you the condensed version.
I appreciate that.
Gamma
Closest
thermodynamics.
I've ever seen to this substance is pumping through Bruce's veins. Part
Hmm.
gamma accelerant, part unknown element. Calling it coil for now, given its unique atomic structure. Man, I love acronyms. This stuff is more volatile than Nick Fury on a Monday morning, but Hydra doesn't seem to mind.
They are using it to get stronger.
Exactly. A few drops would make your average salamander look like Fin Fang Fu.
There's so many references here. This is terrible for a new Marvel fan. It's terrible. Even for an MCU fan, this is shit. Like, I get most of it, but like...
No, nothing like that. Though I can see some future applications for my energy drink line. I was thinking we apply this stuff towards upgrading our equipment.
I like where this is going.
I like the textures on her
Just
face.
give me a little time here and I can whip up some pretty fun toys. How about we give Hydra a taste of their own gamma-powered medicine for a change? What have you got for me, boss?
Alright. I like the start can. Did you see the start can?
Ooh, new coil. Let's get to work.
Did you see the start can? Where's the start can? Start can. See? We got the fucking start can. Stark blend soda.
This never gets old.
Stark can. See? Yeah, the hell is a Fing Fang Foom. Yeah,
What do you
exactly.
think?
Nice. I forgot this was a fucking card game. Wow. I completely forgot about that. Alright, how do we... Oh, we get to choose lifesteal. Stake, quick slash... I like the art on this one, but I like the ability better on this one.
Hunter, when you have a minute, come meet me in the yard.
I don't... Okay. Can I run? I can't run. Oh. This is the yard? Yeah, it is.
Welcome to
Okay.
the yard. At least that's what we're calling it these days.
He's so hot.
You'll take a full charge of the training. Too bad she didn't listen to me yesterday. Now that we know what we're up against, I think we can all use the practice. Any questions?
Sure.
But they are about you.
Right when it's time to train? From all Sarah told us about you, she never described you as lazy.
Sure, let's go with a joke.
Everyone loves you when you are dead. Tell me, does that mean you are half-loved?
She didn't describe you as a snarky jackass, but here we are. All right, Tony Stark Jr., ask your questions.
Yeah, we're not doing joke again. That was shit. About the Midnight Suns. I know about Blade.
Tell me about the Midnight Suns.
I don't know that much about the Midnight
All
Suns.
right.
What can you tell me about the others?
Nothing. Ask them yourself.
I'm not asking you to break.
See, yeah, that's all people ever say about Blade, but you know, he's cool.
Which one?
Robbie, my favorite, Ghost Rider.
What about Robbie?
He's exactly what he seems. Well, sort of. He's open with people. Easygoing. Sometimes that comes across as dopey, but don't get the wrong impression. He's quick to make friends, and once he does, he's your friend for life. So don't let him down, or I'll hold it against you. Who else?
Magic. Ma.
What do you know about magic?
Keeps to herself. She's a private person. Until she lets you in, that's all you need.
I could sing the whole song right now. I might get copyrighted for it because I'm that good at singing.
Pace. Respect that, and it'll happen faster than you think.
She really likes cinnamon rolls, as we saw in the newest issue of Psylocke, issue 6. She was absolutely chowing down on those cinnamon rolls. It was kind of disgusting. She had like it's not even cinnamon juice, like that's not a thing, but like she had pieces of it, like parts of it, all over her face. It was really weird. Probably through the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I got introduced to him through the comics. I don't think I read his first appearance, but I read something. It wasn't Avengers, but it was some sort of team book. He teamed up with Spider-Man, I think. And I read that, and he used the Ghost Rider ability. He went from his Challenger, I think it's called or Charger. It's been so long, I don't remember what the car is called, what type of car it is, if it's a Challenger or Charger. Anyway, I think it's a Dodge Charger. Anyway, but he I don't know how to put it, let go. He didn't, I don't know the terminology, but he like let go of that and then started piloting this giant like trash machine or something. That's the wrong way to put it. No. Wasn't it a dead celestial? I think it was a dead celestial. And so he like expanded the Spirit of Vengeance to pilot that because you could do it for any vehicle. And so he did for that and like piloted this dead celestial. I think that's what it was. And I thought it was so fucking cool. I was like 12. And I'm like, this is 12 or 13. I'm like, this is fucking amazing. This was before I got back into comics. This was like 2018 or something. And I was reading a collected edition, so it was probably 2015, 2016. It was a Celestial. Can you tell me what comic that was? Since you know, can you tell me what comic that was? Because I want to read that. That was one of my favorite comics when I before I got into the community side of the hobby. That was one of my favorite comics.
Tell me about Miko.
She's the youngest, but she acts like she's in charge.
Why let her act like that?
She's usually right, and she keeps us on track. I didn't think we'd get along, but we wouldn't be the Midnight Suns without her.
What makes you say that?
She has a lot of heart, and that's why we let her. Anyone else?
That would be so. I'm surprised I remember that much, because that was what 8 years ago, 7 years ago now that I read that.
Nobody else.
So I'm surprised I remember that. I can't remember most comics I read last month. Like, I have no idea what I did. So, Avengers 1 Million BC by Jason Aaron. Is it really? I cannot imagine that that's something that I would have picked up unless it was advertised differently. If it was advertised as just plain Avengers, I probably would have. Because that was in the lead up to Infinity War, right? Endgame was 2019. Hold on. Endgame was 2019. Infinity War must have been 2017. So this was post Infinity War. So of course I would have been reading Avengers. But was that really 1 million BC? Because that's the story with the like original Black Panther, right? Where he's like part of the like prehistoric Avengers. That's the comic you're referring to, right? Because I don't think I read that. I don't remember any of that before I learned it recently, early last year when I got back into comics. Avengers number 5 from 2018. So I was actually really okay. I was really on it. 2018 to 2023. It's number 5. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I read 1 million BC. What's the collected edition? What did that look like? Hold on. Sorry, we take lots of detours here. Lots of detours. It would have been one of the paperback ones because I read it at the library. I do not recognize that cover, but it probably, I guess it would have been. Because I distinctly remember reading that. Like, that wasn't a Comic Drake video or something I watched, no. Because I didn't watch YouTube back in 2018. So I must have read that. I recognize the number 1 of that, though. No, that is the art style. That's the, Yep, that's definitely the run. Well, thank you. I never, the ADHD effect, I never would have remembered what that was, so I appreciate it, because I never would have found that on my own. I would have been, like, Googling Robbie Reyes Dead Celestial Team book and found 0 results. So, yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna reread that soon.
Everyone's aware of the danger Lilith poses to this world. And I think we're pretty green. But enough training will get us through it. Speaking of training, we doing this, or are we gonna keep wasting daylight?
We should train.
I am ready to train.
Finally.
Blade. Oh, can I talk to can I talk to you again?
What's up?
Nice. That's funny. Okay.
Thanks, Blade.
Sure.
What's his full name? His name is actually Blade, right? Wait, do we have collision? We do! We have collision! Hey! You actually did and you found it from that? That's impressive. Okay, I appreciate that. Speaking of Robbie, look at his voice is much deeper than I thought. Then again, that is as Ghost Rider, but look at that model. Look at this model. Look at this model. Hoo boy, that's nice. Okay. And Magic, I've read her solo series. I've read her solo series since since we've played this, because she came out with the solo series this year. So I am up to snuff, up to date on all of the issues for that. There's only 3 of them, but
Caretaker could have
Eric Brooks, that's right. That's right. I feel like Eric Brooks is a better name than Blade, but I did know that at one time. I promise you, I knew that once. Many years ago, you could have asked me what Blade's actual name was, and I would have said Eric Brooks. Not for the past few years, though, so I appreciate that. I'm not a big Marvel fan. If you know me, you know that, but later. Oh, hey, Carol.
Like the way you move out there, Hunter. Guess Dr.
Oh, I
Strange
don't
picked
like
the
her
right
voice.
supernatural demon hunter to resurrect. I'm Carol Danvers, but you can call me Captain Marvel.
I don't like her eyebrows.
Carol's fine. Just thought I'd throw a bone to the Avengers PR team. Not gonna lie, going a few rounds in Vampire Guy's Magic Thunderdome sounds like fun, but we've got bigger fish to fry. Well, not so much fish as that ginormous invulnerable sewer monster that swallowed the sun.
We're getting more and more MCU jokes, and it's not funny, because they're not funny. The MCU, it really isn't funny. It's not bad storytelling most of the time, phases 4 and 5 notwithstanding, but I never really... No, that's a lie. That's a lie. From the time when I was like 8 to the time that I was like 12, I thought all the jokes were funny. So, yeah, anyway,
In my day, we did not treat the end of the world so flippantly.
Yeah? Give yourself 3 or 4 more apocalypses, see where you land. Trust me, Hunter, I know the stakes. Wouldn't be here if I didn't. Strange, Caretaker, and the rest of the Funky Bunch can try and magic their way through that shield.
Is that a Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch
Time as a pirate
reference?
taught me one thing.
Is that actually... Wait.
Gotta find a workaround.
Is that what that... hold on. I'm not even listening to what she's saying. I don't care.
I'm told I can be rather persuasive when I need to be.
Is that... There's no way. There's no other... There was no Funky Bunch before, Marky Mark. What's his actual name? I forget. Mark Wahlberg. I just call him Marky Mark whenever I see him in a fucking movie. The guy's ridiculous. I'm an inventor. Oh, I didn't even say that right. I'm an inventor. There we go. He's so fucking silly. Everything about him is ridiculous. It's amazing. I prefer what she looks like in the comics, not gonna like me too. And Brie Larson, don't get me wrong, Brie Larson can be a good actress with the right role and the right director, I think. But I hate her in the MCU. She just kind of stinks. I watched the movie and I'm like, no, it's not wokeness, it's just shitty writing. I don't believe in wokeness. It's not a real thing. But, no, it was just very weak, and they wanted her to be a role model, which she absolutely can be. I mean, like, we saw that for Miss Marvel in her breakout series. Like, that absolutely works if you do it right. And they didn't care to write it well, they just wanted to prove a point, and their point was weaker because the writing was so bad. So, anyway, those are my thoughts about the movie Captain Marvel, and, you know, from the... Brie Larson doesn't even look like her very much. Brie Larson, terrible person. Carol Danvers, fine in the first movie, and then I lost all. Brie Larson's a terrible person. I know she... I heard her comments about the people who didn't like Captain Marvel, and I know that she sort of grew up in the... Like, she's always been famous, even as a kid, and I know that makes people very unrelatable and kind of shitty people, arrogant and all that, sort of disconnected from reality. I mean, even with, this might be a controversial statement, but even with people like, why can't I remember her last name right now? Hayley Williams of Paramore, now doing her own solo stuff. She's like living in this I was gonna say $500,000 house, but that's like, you know, normal houses now. This like $2 million house during quarantine. She's like, "Oh, I'm so sad." I'm like, "Yeah, we all are." A bit, like, I don't know what to tell you. You're rich. I don't care. Like, your music used to be great, and you're rich. You've been in the spotlight since you were 15. I don't feel bad for you. Meanwhile, I work at a coffee shop, so I don't really want to hear it. Yeah. So anyway, so from what I know, Brie Larson is kind of like that, but she was great in Scott Pilgrim. She was hilarious in that. Anyway, and that proved to me that she's not necessarily a bad actress. I thought she was just a bad actress because all I had seen her in was the MCU. So, finding the first movie, yeah, I mean, I've seen worst performances. Chris O'Donnell, she's comparable. If you take away the smugness that they wanted, which wasn't, I'm sure it wasn't her, but the smugness they wanted for that rendition of Captain Marvel. If you take that out, she is as good of an actress as Captain Marvel as Chris O'Donnell is as Robin or Nightwing. And that is to say, it's one of the most mediocre performances I've ever seen in superhero cinema. Comic book cinema. Across the board, like, mediocre. Like, this is a 5 out of 10 performance that I'm going to forget. That's the level we're talking. But if you want to, tell me more about how she's a terrible person. I'd be interested to hear. I don't really keep up with celebrities, but when they come in... I don't seek out celebrities, but when celebrities come to me, I learn about them. And Brie Larson has penetrated my purview in 2 different spaces. That is Scott Pilgrim being the definitive voice of Envy Adams and portrayal of her, and as Captain Marvel in the MCU, which is now irrelevant. I think she went off to do space things. She's not with the Thunderbolts, and they're basically the new Avengers for that movie, or for that universe. But yeah.
Just how far are you willing to go, Captain?
Are you willing to have gay sex with me?
The power of a quantum singularity white hole on them if need be.
A quantum what?
A white hole?
You'll see.
Like
Find
her
me in the war
ass?
room when you're finished here. There's a few things we should discuss. Oh,
I don't know what a white hole is.
welcome back from the dead.
I think that's fake. It's even more back then, at least. I have not read much Captain Marvel. I hated Captain Marvel as a character because I didn't like her in the movies. And then I read, like, a comic with her, and I'm like, oh, she's not like that at all. Okay, well, that's fine then. So I really don't know much about her, so I won't comment on anything with her regarding the comics. I've seen every movie she's been in except the Marvels. I just watched reviews of that. It's even more annoying when you read the early 2010s portrayal. Completely different portrayal than the constantly angry and snarky Carol we get in the MCU. Yeah. Sorry, applying some chapstick here. So, for this game, we have the Midnight Suns, which is a pretty small team. You would think they would get the Avengers or something, but no. They get the fucking Midnight Suns to deal with Venom. No Spider-Man in sight.
Certain these days, but these readings are too distinct to ignore. The gamma signature is...
Sorry, Bruce, we lost you. Did you say gamma?
Yeah, that's kind of what Bruce Banner...
Yes,
Hang on a second. Come on, Tony. You managed to stream the Super Bowl to a Kree battleship 50 light years out. Easy.
We waited all year for that game, and you know the Skrulls would have spoiled it for us if they got the chance.
Well, can't you just... I don't know.
Me.
signature is complete. The daughter nuclei are being reabsorbed into the...
Oh, get it? He's green. He's green. See?
Impossible.
He's green. Is he
If the
Asian?
signature from the Sanctum is really that unique, Bruce, then couldn't we just...
He looks Asian.
Sorry, still working out a few gremlins in the system.
Try sunlight. And whatever you do, avoid water.
Oh, wait, you're being serious?
We should be able to track this new gamma signature to its source then, right? I do it myself, but we seem to be having a little...
I don't like her voice. I don't like her face.
Please. Old Central here is ready to grind through that data like chum.
What
Like
exactly
what?
is essential?
CENTRAL. Cognitive encryption, net transmogrification. We'll figure it out.
Ral.
Sending coordinates now. Hope your gremlins enjoy gamma spectroscopy.
He sounds... What does he sound like? He sounds evil.
Ever since, you know, the problem with the big old green
I
guy.
heard that.
Banner can't turn into the Hulk? Not sure if we should be frightened or relieved.
That makes two of us.
I don't like any of their attitudes.
Happens to everyone. Well, okay, not everyone.
Nice work, Bruce.
Was that an erectile dysfunction joke?
Creepy abandoned warehouse in the bad guy part of town.
My favorite kind. Anybody
This
else
is
care?
so MCU, like, it's just so... This is...
Aw, see that? Teamwork goosebumps.
Oh, this is so cringe. Was this made by millennials? No offense to any millennials, but just like this is like the stereotypical quintessential millennial writing experience. It's just bad. I don't know how else to put it. It's like MCU humor. It's terrible. This is like how Spider-Man is written when somebody who doesn't know how to write Spider-Man writes Spider-Man. It's shit. The jokes are shit. I don't care. Thank you. See, she's cool. See, I chose that because she's cool. Can I switch out Carol, please? Can I switch out Carol? I can't switch out Carol. God damn it. Turn everything into a meme. Yeah.
Trench coat, sunglasses, and
Any millennials in my audience, I don't mean to make fun of you, but... Oh, so now I can run. I see how it is. I see how it is. The audio mixing there was horrible. Thanks, Magic.
Gamma signatures and unstable isotopes aren't really...
Is this Limbo?
So we'll be patching
I think it
Dr.
is.
from Avengers.
I don't... Okay. Ah, this fucking game, man. I remember why I didn't do a part 2. But here we are. It's been 6 months. We're doing a part 2. Almost 6 months. That's crazy. November was like 6 months. Why are we getting stuttering? Welcome to Gotham, everyone.
scratch abandoned off the description of this place. You seeing this, Bruce? Getting all sorts of weird down there.
Johann Fenhoff. I heard he was dead.
Bruce sounds like a villain in this.
Calls himself Faustus now.
Okay, that's kind of clever, actually. Faustus. Because Faust. Get it?
I
Faust.
just resident mad scientist.
Yeah, see, I thought you were a millennial. That's why I added the caveat, or the disclaimer.
Coming from those crates. I can feel it.
Yeah? How about gamma radiation? You feeling that too? Because that's some pretty evil-looking Hydra tech down there.
Gamma and magic.
Wow!
I need you to use your science brain on this one, Bruce.
We need to approach this situation carefully, combining those energies.
Let me guess, they're gonna break in.
Position at best.
They're gonna drop down from the ceiling and break in and surprise him.
Yeah, I don't do stealth.
Who could have guessed? Oh wow, she fucking threw it across. She fucking threw the thing across the. That could have killed somebody, man. Fucking MCU humor. God damn it. At least there's no shoes on the bed. That's a running joke. There's no shoes on the bed yet. Yet. I found that with any piece of media, the longer it runs, the more likely the chance is that there will be somebody with shoes on the bed shown on screen. Not implied, on screen. And that is unacceptable. They did it they did it in fucking I can't remember the other place. They did it in Spider-Man Miles Morales, I think they did it in Spider-Man 2, and they fucking did it in Final Fantasy VII Remake of all things several times, and it's disgusting. Never put your shoes on the bed. That's fucking gross. We don't put shoes on the bed, and it pisses me off every time. But Cloud doesn't even take his shoes off. He has like military boots, and he will get in bed with them on. It's so gross. Anyway, sorry. That now you're caught up on the running gag. They're given enough time, they're going to do that for this. Unless they already did and I missed it. They could have done it already and I missed it. Hold on, how do you play this game? What about Crocs? That still counts. Still counts. If your shoes touch the ground and then you get into bed with them on, you're a disgusting person. That's why we wear socks. That's why we wear slippers. You wear slippers around the house, you take them off at the foot of your bed, and then you get in bed with your socks on. If you keep your socks on, I don't give a shit. But if you have your shoes on, that's different. Slippers count too. Who the hell wears shoes in the bed? Let's just do a quick slash, I guess. That was very counterintuitive, weaving around like that, but you know, whatever. It's whatever. Draw one card, yeah, sure.
Time's up for these jumps.
Can we do that?
Get ready.
Cool. Can we get a... Yeah, that works.
Don't blink.
So that's how that works.
What do you mean? You just slash someone. Oh, the camera positioning is not fun. Out of card plays? Alright, doesn't matter anyway. I like how he just takes it, he doesn't block or anything. These games are so weird.
You're gonna regret that.
What should I get for dinner? I already went to Denny's today. I know, right? Yeah, if it I mean, the graphics are great and everything like that, and then it's a fucking card game? It's so weird. The data.
You know you're talking to a vampire, an alien hybrid, and a resurrected demon hunter, right?
So, that's an illusion. People make illusions all the time. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Because illusions are part of culture, because they assume that... How do I cancel this? Okay. They assume that the listener gets the reference, and it makes them feel smarter, as well as referring to something that they previously knew. How do I hit the barrel? Oh, you just fucking hit the barrel. You're British? Ew. I thought you were American, like a real person. Or Canadian, at least. But here I am, and you drop the knowledge on me that you're British. Why? Or even worse, Dutch. Are you Dutch? Yuck. Nobody's Dutch anymore. It's, not very PC. Well, he's out of bounds. Good luck getting back in. Okay. Never mind. Cool.
How invigorating.
I never use that word, do I? Invigorating? I don't think I do. You're Danish. Okay, well that's better. I can accept that. It's as Jordan Peterson once said, it's by far the worst of the three, but at least there's that. I would say something in Danish, but I don't know Danish. I'm sorry, I don't. I knew some Swedish and I know German, but yeah. I also have bicycles. You have way too many bicycles, actually. Way too many bicycles. You did invent Lego, so you are better than the Dutch. And you had the Dane Law, which is very useful in historical context, so I appreciate you for that reason. Oh, fuck. I thought... okay. That's a thing he did. Can we... Alright, we're out of turns. Uh-huh. We just fucking killed, like, 4 of your guys. I don't know what to tell you. Oh. Never mind, I get it now.
Is it possible he somehow stabilized the rate of decay within the particles themselves? How else could he be achieving such a high yield?
I don't know, Bruce. I'll be sure to ask him when we're done.
Can you hear everything okay? I know I'm louder than it. I should be a little bit louder than it, but can you hear everything okay? Now watch me whip. I'm not gonna finish that. Okay, that is cool. Pretty cool. K.O. Finish him. K.O. Suddenly became a fighting game. Okay, why can't I position the camera down? It literally won't let me. What the hell? What the fuck? Okay. Sounds fine. Cool. I don't have anything else, and I don't need to heal. That turn went fast. I do need dinner. I do need dinner. Well, goddamn. I already got, lunch, though, at Denny's. So I don't really know what I'm supposed to get.
If you wouldn't mind, Carol, I'd prefer it if you and your supernatural associates not.
Smash it?
Windows does not recognize it. That's because it's a fucking, portable battery. I don't expect you to recognize it. It's not a thing with a brain. I'm sorry. Alright, we don't have anything that we can actually... Wait, no. I thought we ended the turn already. Huh.
We have the upper hand for now.
Uh-huh. Can we use this? No. Man, what the hell? Are we not regenning? I don't understand what's happening, so I'm just gonna wait. And then he starts shooting at people. That's not what that means. That's not what pull back and regroup means, guys. It sounds like, why the hell do I not have any plays? Damn it, man. Alright, fine, fine.
Walk in the light.
Why is it not giving me any plays? Alright, now we got something. I don't know why, but now we got something. I don't actually know how this game works, but... That'll kill him, that'll kill him. Let's do it over here.
That looked like it hurt.
Yeah, it fucking killed him. Alright, we're out of turns. Isn't this so fun? Isn't this just like the most action-packed thing you've ever seen? Can I slash? I can. That's true. That's true. Nobody ever did accuse them of being smart.
You were too weak for this fight.
Are we done? Okay.
Now, quickly! Let's go, go, go!
opportunity to field test matters.
Yeah, you can hardly contain yourself. Yeah. It's so exciting. Why are you watching this at 2 a.m. on a Sunday? In the head, in the brain, back of the head. She turns into Hulk. This is so goofy. They want us to take it seriously, but it's so goofy. I don't get it. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so goofy. And then time get away for you. Yeah.
Record, Bruce? I did not smash that thing.
Noted, Carol. Perhaps you might direct all that energy towards your newfound adversaries instead. And the mysterious cargo they're attempting to escape with?
Hold on. I can't zoom out. I can't. How do I switch characters? That goes to... Oh, free move camera. Free move camera with WASD. Free move camera with WASD. I love you, game. I love you. Thank you. Okay, well, fuck you. Fuck you then. I hate you, game. Fuck you.
Damn if I don't hate fanatics.
I almost felt that one.
That's a lot of soldiers. Ow!
Something is wrong.
The running is so goofy. They must have needed more time on this game or something, I don't know. And why someday I'm gonna get a what happened? Shut up. Shut up. I'm trying to speak here. Someday we're gonna get a what happened video by Matt McMuscles on this game, and it's all gonna make perfect sense because it always does whenever you learn that. But yeah, until then, it's not. It doesn't make any sense. I don't get it at all.
Trying. Maybe you'll get lucky.
Our friend is down.
Yeah, you're in a turn-based game. Nice. Oh no. Oh no, she's hurt. Oh. Oh no, she hurting. Oh no. Oh no, Blade. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. No, this is not good. It's not good at all. Oh, I'm supposed to be doing something right. Revive. Cool. I guess death really does mean nothing in comics.
Thanks for the save.
Thanks for the save. He said it way too... I'm nitpicking, but he said it way too ferociously. She was lying. I believe that she would lie. Sure. I fully believe that. Look, she's gonna get killed herself.
Luckily, I'm a glutton for punishment.
What? Carol's a masochist? That's a little too kinky for my that's after dark activities, Carol. That's not, we don't do this on this YouTube channel, Carol.
These delays can be quite frustrating. Infuriating even.
Carol, I don't think
By now I'd normally be
worn purple pants with your name on them.
That's so extra.
Interesting.
This game. Card play refunded. Wow. Cool. So cool. So cool, I'm gonna end the turn.
Got one in trouble here. Keep an eye on it.
How could this have happened?
Oh no. Wait, actually? Yeah, see, Faustian bargain. Yeah, I fucking got the joke. I got the joke. Faust is a German thing. I fucking got the joke, okay? You don't need to make... I'm a glutton for punishment. Okay, so she can feel it when she... Women, am I right? No. I'm a woman, obviously. I'm joking about that. I'm joking. But Carol, maybe Carol is like that. Maybe she is. I don't know. I haven't done much with her in... Oh, fuck, it's a Saturday night. They might start raising hell. I don't know. My roommates. We'll see. We already got an hour in, though. That's good. Alright, so I've got to actually pay attention instead of managing the apps on my phone, which is totally not what I was doing during this. Okay, so we've just got nothing.
Maybe you should try something new.
Dude, you're getting fucking slaughtered over here. That's a shield, I see.
As long as I get to hit you back.
There's literally nothing I can do right now.
Lilith must really want me out of the picture.
See that blade going into concrete? Oh, well fuck me, I guess. What did he say? No one will touch you? What?
Preliminary analysis of the blast confirms high levels of gamma and various unknown energies.
Unknown to you, there is dark magic at work here. We must not let Hydra escape with it.
There's literally nothing I can do. How am I supposed to beat this level if I can't do anything, huh? How am I supposed to do that then, huh? You tell me. Faustian bargain? That is some dry comedy. You made me smile, so there's that. Yeah. I was like, dry. Oh, try comedy. Ja, ja, komisch. Also, so lustig. Ja, so lustig, Mann. Kerl, das ist so lustig. Shut the fuck up. You were so annoying. Wow. Alright, who's gonna die first? Hunter's about to die. Can we see if Blade's about to die? Blade's about to die. Blade's even lower.
The light will heal you.
We're not winning this, guys. I don't know. I'm gonna have to, like, watch a guide or something. I don't even know what I'm doing wrong. But we finally got a thing that we can do, so that's fun. That'll kill him, so let's do that. Discarded. So now we only have 4, and we don't. Is there something I'm missing? Is there something I can do? anything I can do. Binary? Ew. We don't do binary here. Why does she have a little...
Just made a big mistake.
At least they're targeting her, because otherwise... No, I'm just dead. Yeah, see, I'm just fucking dead. Yeah, I realize, thank you. This game is just pissing me off now. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, so I don't know. I've played card games, I don't know what to tell you.
You had your chances.
These delays can be quite frustrating. Infuriating, even.
Dehydrate.
By now, I'd normally be tromping through the warehouse, hurling the puny truck at the moon.
Don't worry, Bruce. I've got a pair of torn purple pants.
Alright, I seriously don't even... There's nothing I can fucking do! This is fucking ridiculous! What am I supposed to do? You're supposed to save up mana. In these sorts of games, you're supposed to end your turn and save up your mana for card games so that you can make a move. But every single fucking time I end my turn, it doesn't get replenished. There's fucking nothing I can do. What the hell am I supposed to do? This is fucking ridiculous. And now he's gonna be dead. Fuck me. Fuck me. What the hell am I supposed to do? This is fucking crazy, man. There's either something I'm missing, or this is just a fucking stupid game that I'm never playing again. Because there's no way to win it. It's not replenishing my heroism, which is my mana. What the actual fuck am I supposed to do? Am I missing something? Surely I'm missing something, right? Is it supposed to be an environmental thing? Like I'm supposed to use this now? Hold on. I'm gonna turn it around now. This is actually just pissing me off. Watch it not let me. No. It will. It will. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. Okay. We're gonna do this a third time and try to move around and stuff, because maybe that's what I was missing. Oh, there's redraws too? I guess there's redraws. Maybe I'll do that.
How could this have happened?
Oh no! How could this have happened? Womp womp. The strategy is to survive, yeah, apparently. It's not like I'm the greatest player of strategy games or something, but this is ridiculous. You know, maybe I'm actually stupid, maybe I'm just tired, I am tired. Or maybe it's, I can't say slurs on here. YouTube won't like me for that. My rule is that I say slurs that apply to me. I don't care if anybody else gets offended by those. So, like, slurs for gay people, trans people, or neurodivergent people. I will say those. That's my rule. Outside of that, I don't say it. Those are my 3 categories. Or I guess for white people, if ever I use that, it's not ever. I never use it seriously. It's always like the butt of a joke or something like that. Anyway, all right, let's try this. Why? Why can't you? Why can't you? Now can you? Thank you. Maybe this is what you're supposed to do. Why? What? What? Okay. What? What the fuck do you mean? 3 card plays, 2 redraws. How the fuck do you redraw? Oh, you hold R. Neurodivergent gang, neurodivergent... Excuse me. Neurodivergent gang. Who's her? Are they all just, like, violent subs for their dommy mommy? Big titty goth girl dommy mommy? The, what's her name? The one who leads Hydra, what's her name? That's who they were. No. I'm thinking of AIM.
They are still coming from.
They're what? No, I'm thinking of AIM. That's completely different. Never mind. I really don't read Marvel enough. Sorry, the patting is my cat. She really likes it rough. And I mean that, like, she literally likes it when I slap her. Like, that's what I mean. I'm not kidding. She likes it when I drum on her back. Hard. Like, harder than I would on myself. I don't get it, but she really enjoys it, so. 3 card plays. Madam Hydra, is that a thing too? She's a thing too? I was thinking of the AIM woman, the one who leads AIM in the recent comics. Recent as in the past 10 years or so. But if there's a Madam AIM... Stop! I'm sure they can hear it on the mic. Stop bumping your head against the desk. Then that's probably what it is too. Well, I don't really... Well, I... She is? Okay. Then maybe they're referring to her. I don't know why they would be treating her like a god or something, but... Fuck it, let's redraw. What do you mean? Do we have to, instead of one of them? Yeah, okay. Quick strike. Sure. There we go. Finally, we can actually use a move. That's crazy. It's almost like this is a game where there's supposed to be combat or something. I know, right? Crazy thought, but yeah. Can I actually do anything? Yes, I can. If I die on this, I'm ending the stream and playing something else. On stream, probably. So I want to keep streaming, but this is ridiculous. So, of course, you can't perform this action. Why? I don't know. You just can't. It doesn't tell me anything. How the hell am I supposed to interact with that, huh? This is why I just play Fallout and Minecraft. It sucks ass. So we're never gonna get a 3. What's the... yeah, we're never gonna get a 3, so we might as well just redraw that. Draw Captain Marvel cards until you have 3 in your hand. Draws 2. Okay. Okay. Binary. Can I use that again? Yeah, okay. Wait, can I use my binary state? How do I turn on my binary state? I guess I'm just in my binary state. Hey, we have energy now. Alright, so we actually need to get over here, kill all these guys, and then do that. So hold on, let me select Blade. Actually, be good to do that. There we go. Okay, so playing cards gets you energy. That's, well, some of them, support cards or whatever, and stuff like this. That is really dumb. Maybe I'm just not a card game player. Who knows?
Let's do this.
But, yeah. Be honest, he's dead. He's totally dead. Alright, so they're focusing on Blaine, and then I'm gonna... Okay, no more card plays. You can only play 3 cards. Good thing I healed.
Maybe you should try something.
As long as I get to hit you back.
Hunter is totally dead. Ow, 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 cat, ow. Claws right into my leg. God damn it. Motherfucker.
To be crystal clear, we won't be able to recreate Faustus's experiment or track potential future variants' gamma signatures without a baseline resonant sample from his initial occult catalog.
Yeah, I got it.
Got it. Stop the truck. I'm not sure if it's ethical for people like us to beat up thieves like you.
I hate you. I hate you. I mean to knock back. I want you to die.
I think these guys got their tactics from the back of a magazine.
I love how he moved for her. Finish them off. Great, now we have to finish them. Okay.
Approximately 16,342 more to go. I suggest starting with the remaining Hydra forces in your vicinity.
At least we have some energy now. I think we can do this now. I think I'm starting to get it now. I think I'm also starting to get cat hair in my nose. Ugh. Awesome. Nothing I could have done. No more binary. Womp womp. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to win this. This is not a great game.
Quite frustrating. Infuriating, even. I suppose by now I'd normally be tromping through the warehouse hurling the puny truck at the moon.
Don't worry, Bruce. I've got a pair of torn purple pants with your name on them.
I'm afraid you might not make it back from this one.
Exactly what I needed.
I am impressed.
Let's try to get him out of the way of this guy. Since I applied bleed. None of them are going after her though, but she can't move, so that's fine. Wow. Good thing I moved, huh?
This is getting old.
Wow, okay, well then. Wow! Oh wait, no, that was
Many before you have tried and
a good thing. So that's the bad guy. Yeah. Hold on. That'll hurt him, right?
all who serve me fall.
Yep, definitely. Definitely helped. Yep. No heroism, but these don't require it. These give it, actually. Huh. Chain 2. Okay, okay.
These fanatics are always the same.
Now we're good. We are good.
That will not slow me down.
Sure, it won't. Sure.
Do not feel so good. Hold the light's gift.
You'll be fine. There you go.
Welcome assistance.
That costs 2, so... Now see, this is what we want.
You asked for it.
There we go.
Leave some for the rest of us.
So funny.
Hell.
Can we finish them off? No. No card plays. Damn. We don't even need Carol, it's fine.
That's not supposed to hurt.
Imagine if that's how it actually worked. Cat, do not come back up here. Not right now, okay? Thank you.
What is this thing?
Bad guy crate. Full of bad guy stuff.
Wow.
Know those symbols from the time of the first hunt. That glyph means barrier. That one, almighty. Something, something. Gods and demons.
So a spooky bad guy crate.
Very spooky. Designed to contain
Very
powerful magic.
spooky.
Be careful.
Oh.
Got it. Don't cross the streams.
Never do. How about we get this thing back to the Abbey and see for ourselves?
The dialogue. Yes, 1 star. Woo! Oh, would you buy that cover? I sure wouldn't. Can she survive? A Faustian bargain. They really think that's funnier or more clever than it actually is. That's the point. That's the point, man. That's why he's Dr. Faustus. Okay? It's because of Faust. That's where they got it from. And a Faustian bargain comes from Faust. That's what the story's about. It's not that clever. Because, you know, Hydra is, they're from Germany originally. Like, I know they're an international organization, but that's where they come from originally. So, yeah. Taking a while to load. It's definitely on me. It's my computer. Sorry about that.
Nice job out there, kid. I mean, I didn't get Hydra bombed until my 10th run with the Avengers.
You do know that I'm a good 3 centuries older than you, right?
And you've got a lot of catching up to do.
With how much they embarrass themselves, they should change their name to Schadenfreude. Fair enough.
About that. Last one got a little.
You sure about that?
The eternal spirits of vengeance take technical fouls very seriously, especially in the 4th quarter.
Forget it. Tonight is movie night.
She's so hot.
It is always movie
She's so. Both of them.
Out of jail again? Who made this game? Wilson Fisk?
Well, if Parker's free, clearly no one from Manhattan.
You know what they say. All work and no play
This is just.
is how we ended up with Ultron.
All you have to know, like the entire Marvel universe to get these references. Who on the editing team thought that this writing was a good idea?
Another time.
I do not understand. Like you have to know, like, everything about Marvel. Okay, that was a funny glitch. You have to know, like, everything about Marvel, but then the jokes are like MCU jokes. Who is this for? Who wanted a Midnight Suns game? Yeah, Nico is in this too. Oh, Nico. I didn't make the connection that's the same Nico in Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. Interesting. Did not realize. What's the sudden popularity? I've got no clue. Okay, so we're wearing shoes. And when we get... Oh, we can't... Hold R. Is it Nico? I'm nervous now.
Good. You answered. Getting hard to keep finding ways to say open door around here. And despite what Robbie says, I don't think the staff of one speaks High Elven.
I like Robbie even more now.
Blood magic stuff. Cool room. Spacious. Aw, is that bed for Charlie?
Yes.
So, if you're planning on giving me some sort of brooding, stoic warrior speech,
She looks good in leather.
just ask Flavor Magic. From what I just saw out there, whatever crazy ancient living weapons stuff Caretaker put you through back in the day did a real number on you. We got a lot of work to do.
Wow, that's really
Yeah,
not nice to say to
talking
someone.
people, making friends, basic human stuff. Or quasi-human. You're a Midnight Sun now. One of us.
You're,
Nico,
not really
I was
selling
just
on it.
Hydra bombed. I could use some rest.
You and me both. Been bad dreams every night for me lately. I, keep seeing Wanda. She... Never mind.
That is the face of anguish.
I will meet you outside.
Yes! I'll go nuke us some popcorn and you pick out a movie.
Nuke?
Oh, and it may just be the two of us. The others went outside. Needed to cool
Nuke
off.
us?
Really need to hang a fan over that forge. Or maybe crack open the casket of ancient wonders a little?
Nuke us some popcorn. Ladies and gentlemen, this is written by millennials. Hunter talks. Yeah, she does, doesn't she? They're trying to make her sound like old, like ancient, and like, you know, she was born in. So what? How old is this character? Look at how old she is. What? She's got to be like 25, right? The way that she looks, maybe late 20s, right? So this portrait is from 1710, and she thought of those as the good times. So she would have been born in what? 1685? That checks out, right? If this is set in 2023 when it released. 1625, so she's several hundred years old, but she's only actually, like, represented, like, 25, okay? So, people... people in 1685, I guess she's American. I mean, people were in America. This is set in America, like, in New England, I think. I think this is in New York State. It could be anywhere looking outside. I think it's in New York State. People were in New York State in 1685. White people, I mean, obviously people have been in North America for a very long time. No, she said several hundred years older. No, she's... Well, also they act like they're super old and like ancient, but medieval is like up to the 1400s. That's like the 1000s to the 1400s. Ancient is any time before, depending on who you ask, 1453 with the fall of Constantinople. The good times, as she described it, are in 1710.
Fascinating.
The first time she looked at it, she said, described those as the good times. And she's got to be like 25. So I think she was born in 1685, or somewhere around there. And then fucking died. But I don't know, maybe she is thousands of years old. But she doesn't sound like she's... so either, if she's 3,000 or 4,000 years old, she should be speaking ancient Sumerian and shouldn't be white. I mean, I guess, I don't know, I don't remember the, I mean, obviously this is a character customized character here, but I don't think the Irish, she's obviously of Irish descent, I don't think the Irish were in Ireland 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. I can't remember, but I don't think so. How is she speaking modern English? If she woke up, if she died in the early 1700s and woke up in the 2020s, in the early 2020s, she should be speaking much closer to Shakespeare, like that sort of English, than what we are now. So, like, it's somewhat mutually intelligible, but her accent should be egregious. I've looked into it. I'm talking about this because I've looked into it, and she should sound completely different. But instead, you're right. It sounds like she just smoked an entire bag of weed. What movie are we gonna watch? A horror movie? What are those game controllers? Oh, there's no sticks. They've got two buttons on either side. Yes, me too.
I get why facing Lilith won't be easy. I was 15 when I found out my mother was capital E evil.
The hell does that even mean? Why are you talking during the movie? Why are you talking during the movie? Fucker.
Was your father there for you when you found out?
Was your father there for you when you found out?
Long story, lots of drama.
No, it's a Western.
Dinosaur. I'll fill you in later.
That's a terrible movie. It's just still images. The guy on the movie is talking. Why are they talking during the movie?
Makes me hate her even more.
Watch the damn movie. Shut the hell up, Nico. Watch the fucking movie.
You think I can afford a therapist on a superhero salary? I'm kidding. We don't get paid for this. Enough about our crappy parents. You missed out on decades of good movies. It's my solemn duty to fill this knowledge gap with the best examples I can provide. So, the first thing you need to know, the glowing briefcase is a metaphor. I really needed that. So, what did you think of the movie?
I understood more than I should.
How? You've been dead for 3 centuries.
I'm not so sure I was dead. Not exactly. I recall a deep slumber, not the void. I dreamt.
Of what?
Alright, sorry, I had to step out because my roommate was here.
I know it from my dreams.
Watch the damn movie, Nico. A Western that runs at 1 FPS, yes.
So, do you know everything?
No.
Sorry, what's happening? I don't know what happened. I didn't hear any of this.
I know what a car is, but I have no idea how to drive.
Me talking to most of my friends.
But not omniscient.
Can somebody get a screen cap of that and send it to me? Oh shit. Can somebody get a screen cap of that? I want to see
Always free to ask.
I want to send that to my friends and be like, this is you. About the staff of one. Can I ask you about the Runaways? Are they getting a mediocre card game as well?
I had some questions about your old team.
The Runaways? Sure thing.
Oh, she's moving so unnaturally right now.
Where are your friends now?
Molly attends Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Carolina left Earth to marry alien nobility.
Hot.
Gert, she
Gert passed, Chase and I had a falling out. Last I heard, he and Old Lace are living at his family home in LA.
Who's Old
As
Lace?
for Alex,
Where do you send it?
aside,
Just post it on the league and tag me, I guess. You can make the joke yourself, I guess. I don't know. Or you can send it to 05darkwarrior@gmail.com if you'd prefer. Again, that's 05darkwarrior@gmail.com. If I say 05, it confuses people. That's my old username. That's my business email, we'll call it. It's the email I use for this sort of thing. Who were the runaways?
at first, Chase with his mad
I
science
don't
gear,
actually care.
while
Can I?
Gert-
Oh, I can. Cool. I can skip dialogue. I did not know.
Glad to see you're using your free time.
Hey, Caretaker. Hey,
Looks like
MJ.
you're finding your way.
I was planning.
Things are moving at a frantic pace. Not quite like it was in the good old days.
Change can be a good thing.
To stand still is to move back.
Hmm.
You got that one from Agatha. She used to say it all the time. I always preferred if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Used to.
I'm sorry. I should have had this talk with you much sooner. But you should know. Agatha. She's no longer with us.
Is she fucking dead?
That is impossible. She was so...
Fierce. Indomitable. Or maybe just kind to a fault.
You do not have to do this.
Thank you. But I do. I haven't spoken to anyone about what happened. And more so than anyone, you deserve to know. Agatha died in an accident caused by her protege, Wanda Maximoff, and Scarlet Witch. The Midnight Sun's latest recruit.
No, they won't. They won't send on the league.
Perhaps the most powerful.
I guess it's to stop people from sending dick pics unsolicited.
Too quickly for my liking.
If they posted it in the community, you know, it could get taken down pretty fast. But
I tried to caution her.
DMs, you know, the mods don't check DMs. They can. Well, the admin can at least. Jordan can check DMs. He doesn't, but he can. Of course, you know, it's his site.
Yes.
So.
Incinerated in an instant. Not even ash to remember her by. The others were heartbroken, as was I.
So yeah, if you want to send it to me specifically, the best way to do it is just email that. I know it's not super convenient, but that's the best way to reach me personally. Unless you want my Discord.
To study under Dr. Strange.
I do give that out to some people. I'd give that out to you. I can send it to you in League DMs if you want. I'm not gonna say it on stream, but I do freely give that out to my followers and stuff if they ask. I'm cool with chatting with anyone. Just tag me in a post, thanks. Oh man, it's gonna reduce the quality of it. It doesn't matter. I'm using it for a stupid meme. It doesn't matter.
Wanda's powers were so out of control they cost a...
Oh, by the way, what my roommate came in to tell me is that he's going down to the college town, the city that, like, is the college, basically, with the other roommate, which means I get the house alone, it means I get to be as loud as I want, or as quiet as I want, and I get to stream for as fucking long as I want. I'm gonna, like, fucking order Taco Bell and just, like, pull an all-nighter or some shit. It'll be great, and I get to sleep, and nobody's here. It'll be great. I do have a nice ass, and boobies. Yeah, I'd fuck me. Imagine having roommates. Well, you're like 10 years older than me, man, and live in Denmark. I live in America. It sucks. I want to leave. I want to go to Canada. I want to go to French Canada. But I can't. Not yet. I don't have the money. Not even to visit. I don't have the money to travel yet. I mean, I can do day trips. I have the money for that. I don't have the money for anything else so far. Is that fucking Agatha? Yeah, it is. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. Map. Treasure? I'm the map. I'm the map. Huh. See, even this game has waypoints. Why doesn't Final Fantasy VII Remake have
Agatha?
huh?
You always did have the most remarkable eyes.
Are they gonna fuck?
Just like your mother's.
Hmm.
Maybe that's why you're the first.
The first?
The first?
14. You turned 33 today. Yes, you are currently... I forget people know how old I am. I mean, it is in my bio on the league. It's not like I'm hiding it, but it's always shocking to me for some reason. You are currently... You will be 14 years older than me for less than a month. It's, I don't know how many days it is. 30 days has September, April, June, and November. April's on that. So...
Straight to the heart of things. That's my hunter. You seem strangely at ease about this whole thing.
After 1,000 years of living, you learn to take things in stride.
25. For 25 more days, you're older than me. I was doing math that whole time. For 25 more days, you're older than me. And then it'll be 13 years because I will be 20. And for the first time in quite a while, I will have to change my bio on the league.
I think we can safely lift the veil on a few more of our secrets.
God damn it. I was supposed to get groceries today. The only thing... I have ice cream. I have, like, probably freezer-burned garlic bread that I haven't eaten for a month or two. I have cereal, crackers, Pop-Tarts, and popcorn. I'm gonna have some popcorn tonight, but that's all I have to eat. I don't even have any yogurt or cheese. I'm completely out. I ate my last yogurt yesterday. I really gotta go to the store. Yeah, just one more year and I can... Yeah, that's something I've never tried. Even on this channel. Never done anything like that before. Yeah. I'm gonna... Why are you staring, Scarlett Johansson? Damn, okay. I wish I could do that.
This ominous-looking portal is known as a blood gate.
Among Us! Among Us! Among Us! Among Us! Among Us! Oh, Among Us! Oh, Among Us! Among Us! Among Us! Among Us! Oh, sorry. At the end there, it got kind of bad.
Assuming you're up to the challenge, that is.
We're supposed to be paying attention, and I really don't care. We could just skip this. It's a cinematic. I don't care. It is not that ominous. Recommended player level 1. Current player level... That's a Big Hero 6 reference. I need to read that manga for certain. Alright, during that cutscene I should have made my leave. I'm gonna do it right now. I will be right back, and you can tell me what happened. I'm gonna make some popcorn, so I'm legitimately gonna be right back. If you hear a clatter, that's fine. That's just my headphones. It'll be fine. We're all fine here. We're all fine.
Sarah, caretaker, was here?
Nothing ever comes easy, dear. The Elder Gods felt their descendants needed to earn their blessings, which is why they created these trials to begin with.
Trials? I should have known.
This entire realm exists for that purpose. Trial by combat, with no chance of outside interference.
And this is my challenge.
Yes, But I may have found a loophole they never considered. Why don't you try summoning your four-legged friend?
Charlie?
The old gods are responsible for a great many creations, including your faithful companion. I think even they tend to forget that.
I feel alive, like a redstone overdrive. Have you seen the Minecraft movie yet? It's really fun. Ah, we're supposed to be doing stuff, yeah. Okay, I don't have my headphones on, but then again, paying attention, I'm just hearing hearing people make random noises, like in the Phoenix series. Wah 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 wah. How did they represent that? No, it was like a scribble in the comics. It's like a scribble. Wah 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 wah. On KO, draw a card. Why did we have 2 of those? That's... I can't. When I say redraw a card, means I don't want to use it. God. Fine, fine. I'll fucking use the card. I'll fucking use the card. What? I don't know how this works. No interest in the Minecraft movie, even if Emma Myers is in it. She's the brown-haired girl, right? I don't know how to use this. Can I? Yes, I can. Okay. Cool. Hold on. My popcorn is popping. I will be back. I'm like, who the hell is making all that noise? That's my fucking popcorn. Why the hell are there gunshots in the background? It's because you're making fucking popcorn, dipshit. It's really hot, and I've got to. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm feeling alive. I move mountains with my mighty eye. Okay. Yeah, the girl who simultaneously looks 20 and 40 for some reason. She does. She looks like a child. She looks like a literal child, and she's been an adult for some time now, and I don't understand how that works, but it does. She just is. I'm gonna get a drink real quick, sorry. Trying to keep the stream interesting while I've got to take breaks, so it's a thing. got bitches on my mind. That one's definitely a real lyric. Yeah, that one's a real thing. I did not just make that up. Alright, I'm actually back for good. My mic might go quiet while I'm playing because I will be eating popcorn, but we're back. Whoa, that was weird. Okay, that's funny. I like that. Let's just do it. Well, can we do it? No, that's not worth it. Let's do that.
Our resolve cannot be broken.
Compared to our girl, these hellhounds are nothing but mindless.
Alright, aren't those just called butter cookies for you guys?
They certainly won't.
You have earned this. You were too weak for this fight. Your mother abandons you. No mercy, sons. Feel my call.
Small Kaga. No, how do you say G's? Is it Kyer? Small is small, I guess, and then that word, the second part of that word, looks similar to one version of cake. It kind of looks like English cake, actually, not like the German. German is Kuchen. So, little cakes. Yeah, that makes sense.
They hope to break my resolve.
You can imagine why Sarah was so fond of Ashtor. If I didn't know better, I would have modeled her role as caretaker after the goddess herself.
So it's K. Is that how it's pronounced roughly? K. So the G makes it an A sort of sound. It's like an EJ, where it's an A. Am I right? Please say I'm right. That would be so cool.
Once again, Lilith's servants fall.
Don't be too surprised. I'm a Norse pagan who studies Old Norse and Swedish. And I also know German, and I've studied some Dutch. So Danish is not that weird to... and then you told me how to pronounce it. So I'm glad you're impressed, but that's what you get with 8 years of German and several years of Old Norse study. And generally just Norse mythology study. But I appreciate it. Also, I'm glad it sounds so fluid. Return to your mother, lol.
Good girl, Charlie. Oh, and you too, Hunter. You finished this trial, but don't worry. The other gods are waiting.
That covers better. Is it Copenhagen or is it Copenhagen? I can't ever remember. Yeah, I guarantee you I will not pronounce most Nordic things correctly, but I can at least either see where they came from so I can, like, get their meaning, or I can, if you walk me through it, I can probably say them correctly. Unless it's actually rolling your R's, I can trill R's, like a ra, but I can't roll my R's like in Mexican Spanish and stuff. That's totally different. So you're telling me it was Agatha all along, huh? Crazy.
Sarah was right to be wary of this place. But it's your birthright, and I think after everything you've been through, you can handle it now. The two of you, as well as your mother, are the last of your kind, a blood. Your lineage follows an unbroken line to the old gods themselves. And if you call upon them, you might just find they're actually listening. They won't work miracles for you, but their blessings can be quite useful in the right circumstance. Why don't you ask the goddess Ashtur for her aid in dealing with that barrier over there?
So it's Copenhagen. Haven. Right? Is how it's pronounced. Or Copenhagen, as everyone else says it. But, you know. What's it mean? What's the first part mean? I know the last part is haven. But, like a harbor, right? It's not technically haven, it's not a direct cognate, but it's, yeah.
Noble Ashtur guides my hand.
Copenhagen.
After all
Haun.
this time, it's still just
Copenhagen.
as the first time I laid eyes on it.
Copen.
It's hard to believe Lilith and Caretaker brought this place all the way from Transia.
Copen.
Of course,
I'm-
it was no coincidence.
I was saying the
they
O
wound up
wrong.
So close to Salem.
Copen. What?
This area is particularly
Copen.
attuned to the
How?
forces of
Howen?
magic.
Howen?
That's
Howen?
why the Elder God's influence was so
Copenhagen?
prevalent here. And why our sanctuary
I guess.
has remained all but impregnable over the centuries.
Merchant's Port. Merchant. Okay. That I did not know.
Why don't you come see me in the library tomorrow night? Oh, and
Yeah, I got it. Okay.
keep this just between
That's
you and
fascinating. So you guys kept that from Old Norse.
Caretaker.
Because it's basically a W, a soft U a short U. It's U can be, the W is what's called a semivowel in linguistics. So is the Y. It's a Y sound. So it can act as a vowel, but it actually it normally functions as a consonant. W and Y both do this, and so your J and I guess your V. So hard to explain over text. Yeah, I get that. If we were just literally talking, it would be a lot easier. But yeah, interesting. So that's how Old Norse functions with their V's. Sometimes it depends on the time period. Later on, it's sort of a V sound, so it's Vikinger instead of Wikinger. But for Viking. But interesting. But yeah, Merchant's Port, that makes lots of sense, actually. Yes.
Hunter, please come to the forge at your earliest convenience. Again, that's Hunter to the
yes.
forge. Thank you. Strange out.
Double V. Well, it makes sense. I mean, the way we write it, I mean, just look at it. It's a double V. Makes sense that you would call it that. I don't know why we call it a double U. I know there's an explanation for it. I just forgot the explanation. Anyway, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something related to it. Oh yeah, it makes sense that it's just the Merchant's Port because I mean, you come down from Norway or you come down from Sweden, and where are you gonna go? You're gonna go to. I mean, if you go across the North Sea there, like that little part of it, and you get to the lowlands. I mean, what are you gonna do? Well, there's rich trading ports there and plenty of people. They're a little bit different. They talk fucking weird down there in the Viking time. They talk really fucking weird, but you could still understand them, and they have great prices. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna trade. So it's the Merchant's Port. That's what they call it there, and that's what you call it.
Nasty little Hydra gift box you found.
Ah, yes. The spooky crate.
The very one. Though it is far from any mere container, I assure you. I am detecting powerful emanations from inside. If this is a sign of what Hydra is after, I fear we are all in grave danger.
My offer still stands. I could fly the thing up and nuke it in orbit. Only way to be sure.
Or we could open it, Tony, and perhaps use the mystical energies I sense inside to our advantage.
Yeah, I heard a "we" in there. Green goopy gamma serums are one thing. I'm not opening boxes full of mummy curses.
You don't have to. Hunter, if you'll allow me.
Your second funeral, boss.
It's a linguistic misconception, but I was referring to the orthography of it, which, in most typefaces in the modern day, it is a double V. So, rather than proposing that it should have always been a double V, I'm more so suggesting that we should change it to a double V for rationality's sake. But that's beside the point. Most things, I wanted to note this, most things, when you look into it, are either named very practically for like what they are, or somebody was trying to be clever. Most things are named that way. Like Merchant's Port, you know, it just makes sense, because that's just what it is. It's interesting. And that goes pretty much universally across the world. Any language, any culture. People are trying to be clever when they name something, or they're naming something practically, in the way that their language allows.
I, of course, have an unparalleled understanding of the mystic arts. I have no doubt that we can find a way to research whatever we find in there and have it work in our favor. I just wonder what it could be.
I do not think that means what you think it means.
I would be highly suspicious of anything that Hydra has had in its possession. My advice would be to do what Tony says. Destroy whatever is in there immediately.
With all due respect, Hunter, that would be short-sighted and foolish. For one thing, it's very, very hard to dispose of magical items. the repercussions are sometimes unexpected. Besides, I need all the magical items I can get.
The W does make sense, though.
Right now, with the sanctum in my reach, I'm fighting
Because of the sound it
behind
makes,
my back.
at least in the English context.
If I can find items to research, I can give the Midnight Suns every possible advantage over Lilith and her disciples.
I look forward to seeing what you come up with.
Me too, Hunter. Now,
You know, considering it's Denmark, that's possible. That's actually possible.
and study what's inside.
I would not be surprised. It's interesting. Most of the places here, because I live on the East Coast, so if it's a newer place, it's named something intentionally. It's meant to be clever or something, you know? But if it's older, it's named in reference to England. Specifically England, not Scotland. Specifically England. If it's newer, it might be Scotland, because there were lots of Scottish immigrants, Scots-Irish immigrants who came over. So, like, a very famous city, historical city in Virginia, for instance, is named Williamsburg, because, there's a famous college there that was founded in 1692 called William and Mary. If I'm getting that right. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Anyway, and it's named that for William and Mary, like the king and queen, William and Mary. Like, that's why it's called that. Because they were the king and queen at the time, and so it's their college across the Atlantic. It's fascinating stuff. And also in Virginia, right near the Tennessee border, actually, it's interesting. It's one of these cities that is half in one state, half in the other. So it's half in Virginia, half in Tennessee. I've been to it before. I went to it for a con back in December. It's named Bristol. And of course, that's a reference to Bristol in England, the much more famous Bristol. Very, very interesting. And that's pretty much across the East Coast, except in Florida. You'll get that. Anywhere that England owned originally, the settlers just decided to name it that. Jamestown, stuff like that. I keep referencing Virginia places. There's plenty of other places. It's just interesting to see that. And you see that all across the East Coast, except for, in Florida, everything's different, everything's Spanish. So, study the artifact, okay. I know a lot about Virginia, sorry. North Carolina, too. There's Raleigh in North Carolina. Stuff like that.
This
Uh-huh.
really isn't the idea. By the hoary hosts of Hoggoth.
He said it!
I can hardly believe it.
What? Is it worse than you expected?
No, it's totally unexpected. It's the Eternity Dagger. This was in a place of honor in my bedchamber in the Sanctum for years. The Sanctum Sanctorum is no common domicile to be burglared. These barbarians have no idea what they possessed.
Or perhaps they did. Maybe these artifacts are exactly what Faustus and my mother were after to begin with.
A distressing thought. If they had my dagger, then who knows what other...
If he lived in the area, that's entirely possible.
The cube of nothingness. The tear of Prophia, and most worrisome of all.
Your toothbrush? You, had a little coffee thing going on this morning with your breath?
I could tell it's a city because the German version is Berg, as well as the English version is Berg, spelled differently. Berg.
This is like a doomsday vault for all sorts of supernatural nastiness. We need to put a lid on this mess. Pronto.
I believe Carol is already working on it.
At last. Now that this artifact has been returned to its proper owner, we shall see if we can make use of the mystic forces.
You say it means castle? Is that a does it literally mean castle? Or does it metaphorically mean castle? Like a place. Like a place sort of thing. I'm interested to hear.
Let's get started, Dr. Spooky. Got more coil for me? This should be quick. How does this look?
Castle or fortress, but not city, right? That suggests that it's something different. What is it? Nita Castle? I think it's well. No, that's not a castle. Neuschwanstein, but that doesn't tell me what it is. I'm trying to think of what the name for castle is. I've completely forgotten. It's been a few years.
One of us isn't
City would be Bu.
you claim to be. I'll let you guess who.
That's a lame-ass name for a city. I mean, like, for the word city. It's stupid. I don't like it.
I'm here if you need me.
Like, Grimsby. Am I saying that correctly? Sorry. I'm gonna have some cereal later. My milk is about to expire. It expires tomorrow. Technically, you're today. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Hey, Hunter. Got a sec to spare?
Slow? Is that slow? 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 Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna look up the German word for castle. Schloss. Schloss. Yeah, it sounded decent enough. It's an English city anyway. Okay. So it's Grimsby. Interesting. Yes. Okay. Das Schloss, castle, place, chateau, manor, lock. Die Burg, which is how you're using Bohr. Bohr, I guess. I know I didn't say that right. But Die Burg is it means castle or city in German. Die Festung, fortress, fort, that's stronghold, garrison. Yeah, that's the best way to translate it, as fort. Die Kasten, which is fort or castle. Der Turm, which is tower, rook, spire, or castle. But that's specifically like the tower, or in English it's literally a rook. That's literally, like from chess. It's that sort of tower. But Turm can also be used for other sorts of towers. No? Was that supposed to be a joke? Slot is just slot.
The forge
Okay.
is pretty badass, but the creature trapped inside riles up my own inner demon. Speaking of, there's something you should know about me.
You are bonded with the spirit of vengeance.
Damn, you're good. How could you tell?
You are not the first spirit of vengeance to join the Midnight Suns. I fought beside another just a few days... 3 centuries ago.
Oh man, sometimes when I have crap to work through, I like to get my blood pumping. Why don't we hit the yard for a sparring session? I know Sparky's excited to meet you.
Sparky?
Really? It's an it's a schwa. It's just slut. Oh, I hear it now, slut. Because it's shortened and it's very... Danish is very flat compared to the other Germanic languages. It's very flat. And so there's this idea. So like with Parisian French, you try to keep your you can't see me, but you try to keep your speaking in a square. That's how people do it. You put your fingers on either side of your mouth, and then you do it on the top, and you speak in that square. And if you speak outside of that, you're doing it wrong. For Parisian French. Canadian French is totally different. And for German, it's a very restrained sort of, at least with High German, it's totally different with the dialects. It's a very restrained sort of speaking. And it's very clinical. And then with Danish, its natural form is just to be flat. You sort of flatten things out, if that makes sense. You lose the G a lot of the time, unless it modifies a vowel, and sometimes you lose a T or an R or something. You just lose it because it's so smoothed out. So that's interesting. So it's just slot, basically, because you flattened the O. Very interesting.
It would be my honor to spar with a spirit of vengeance.
Wow, he's real excited. Never thought he'd get bouncy, but here we are. Okay, let's do this. I'll get Blake to set things up. Won't take a minute.
I will head to the yard. When you and Sparky trade places, what does he look like?
He's the guy with the flaming metal skull and hellfire chains. Kinda hard to miss.
Don't all Ghost Riders do that? I know Johnny Blaze does. I know they look different. Each one looks different, but like, shouldn't she know that? Dialects, yeah, dialects of Danish. That's a topic I know nothing about.
Get your burn on. I'm talking training with Ghost Rider. Spirits of vengeance strike the hardest.
Wow. Just good. It's just good. What's your, well, that would sort of be, if I asked your dialect, that might be, I mean, Denmark is already a comparatively very, very, very small place to America. If you say you're from America, you could be from anywhere. If you say you're from Denmark, that narrows it down quite a bit, so I won't ask what your dialect is.
Practice makes perfect.
Are we actually going to see a training montage?
Not everyone wants my advice, but they're gonna get it either way.
Thanks, Eric. Ha. Okay, that's kind of funny, actually. Oh, that's it. I thought we were gonna get a montage. Okay. And if
Hunter, report to the war room. We've got a mission.
if anything I ever say on stream, this goes for posterity as well. If anything I ever say on stream is wrong, like factually wrong, especially about languages or something that I'm speaking with confidence on, correct me. Do so. As long as you have, as long as you can back it up, as long as you know you're right and I'm wrong, let me know, because I'm not intentionally saying it. When I speak confidently about something, that means that I think it's fact. So, if I'm wrong, I want to know. I don't like being wrong about things. But I prefer being corrected when I'm wrong to thinking that I'm right when I'm actually wrong. It's the Finsk dialect. Unless it's Finsk. That would be the Norwegian way to say it, at least. Like Norsk. Mix of Minnesotan and Texan. Whoa, that's the. Oh, whoa, that's like, cause like Texans, kinda, you know, like in Red Dead Redemption, that's the sort of dialect that they have over there. And then in, I can't do a Minnesota, but they say Minnesota. I'm from Minnesota, you know? That's how they talk. So combining those is just wild to me. I have met people from both. But I've never been to either state myself, funnily enough.
Captain?
Oh, Captain, my captain.
Carol works too, but yeah, I did. Now that Tony's finally starting to get a handle on his gremlin problem, I've been able to put Central to good use. Got a lead on some particularly gnarly Hydra operations happening in the city.
See, gnarly, I told you, it's millennials.
Then let us get going.
My thoughts exactly. There's just one problem, though. We seem to have lost our gatekeeper, Magic.
Lost?
Oh, I updated her on the mission, and she said something I can only assume to be a prolific swear word in Russian and...
Suka blять.
And with no magic...
That's what she said, I bet.
To New York, or anywhere for that matter.
Oh, they're not in New York.
My problem.
They're not in New York, okay. Damn! Damn! I think the best way to explain what Finsk is just to watch a clip of people speaking it, because it sounds super weird when you talk to a Finsk Dane. Okay. I'll have to look that up. I'm not going to do it right now, but I will have to. I've heard of Finsk, by the way. I hope. Please correct me if I'm saying that incorrectly. Again, like, I can guess at Nordic things, but I know much more about Swedish and Norwegian than I do Danish. Yeah, no, I got that. I was just making fun of you. It's fine.
Do not worry, Captain. I will locate and alert her of the team's needs.
There's that can-do, get-it-done, old-timey, prophesied savior of humanity attitude I was hoping to see today.
Uh-huh.
Still, you better hurry. Not sure how long Hydra will remain in their current position.
So these jokes are meant to make us laugh, right? Oh, fuck. It's... We've been going for 2.5 hours. Okay, I started at like 7 p.m. Iliana, well now I'm not stopping. I'm gonna find Magic, because she's my favorite character in this game. So... Iliana, where the fuck are you?
Nico.
Thanks,
Do you know
wow.
where Magic is? We need her.
I need her to kiss my lips and...
To open another portal? She's getting a little tired of being the only person here who can do that. Can't say I blame her.
3:30 a.m.
This is serious.
Do you have, like, work or church or something tomorrow?
Not sure, but I know
Anything to
she's looking
do?
for Wanda's grimoire, so maybe check in Wanda's room.
Thanks for your help.
I mean, by tomorrow, I mean Sunday. If it was 3:30 here, I would still call it tomorrow, because I haven't gotten to sleep yet. That's how I treated it during high school.
Well met.
There she is.
This room belonged to the Scarlet Witch, did it not?
Wanda. It belongs to Wanda. Let me guess. You are to ask me to do the one thing the others value me for. Opening their precious...
Her model looks terrible in this light.
I am in the middle of something. Come back later.
Come back later. So, I've had this debate with people, or rather asked people, if Magic would have a Russian accent, because obviously her brother does. But I don't know if she does, because she was stolen into limbo when she was like 7 or something. So her accent probably would have formed, but then she was there for what, like 20, 40 years, somewhere around there, and then lived out like another 20 years or whatever in our realm, in the sliding time scale, whatever. So yeah, well, hey, if there's no work and you're not religious, no church or well, I don't know when people go to mosque. I don't know what day that is, but I don't know of any other religion that cares about Sunday like that. Because, like, synagogue is on Saturday, duh, and then, because that's the Sabbath, and then, I mean, pagans, like, specific days, like, we have... Like Yule's a big deal, and the spring solstice, which I either missed or it's coming, I'm not sure which. Like, that's a big day, but it's not, like, every Sunday or something. Yeah, she looks like shit here for some reason. I mean, she her model looks bad. The actual costuming and everything looks fine. To me, that feels offensive. Why does it feel offensive, might I ask? Because, I mean, so does Colossus. Colossus has one too. That's your brother.
It is never easy to lose a comrade. I know this too well.
We did not lose Wanda. We let her go. Before any of this started. Wanda's first grimoire. Agatha gave it to her when she was teaching her witchcraft, the dark arts. She was trying to help Wanda control her powers. She would never let me read it. So now I read it.
I want to fuck magic. What? Who said that? That's crazy.
I do not suppose there are any spells in there that will banish Lilith and save the world.
Hard to say. These incantations appear
I
to
love
have been
that
written for
shifting.
Wanda alone. Maybe a world without Wanda is one we are not meant to save. I know what she's going through. To come face to face.
The animations are so stiff, and why is her hair moving like that? They rushed this part.
That your soul is scorched black. Your heart
I
so
thought Limbo
filled
was
with
just
soot
a...
that it chokes out all the bright parts of you, until you are just a dark thing of smoke and ash.
Wow, really opening
I
up and
cannot
being
let such a
depressing.
fate happen to her.
Keep hearing the media even with the same cadence. And to me, it doesn't sound like what magic would sound like, considering her age, too. She's a Soviet. I just realized that. Huh. Colossus and make her sound so old. Interesting. That's very interesting. I think that's a European thing. Because, let me tell you, when us Americans hear a Russian or Slavic nation accent, we usually, like, I can sometimes tell the difference between them, but, like, if somebody hears Polish, they're gonna call it Russian. Unless they know exactly what Polish sounds like, because they come from a Polish family. Like, Russians just sound like Russians to us. We hear Belarusian, that's Russian. Very different world. And I know for a fact I could not tell the difference between any Russian accents. I can't tell the difference in writing or speech between Ukrainian and Russian. When you point out the differences to me, I can, but I can't tell just by looking at it.
My mother is not known for her mercy. You should prepare yourself.
Prepare myself? I used to rule Limbo. A place where
She
the
ruled
word
Limbo?
mercy doesn't even exist. Besides, Wanda is far more powerful than I ever was. She will survive.
Interesting. Interesting
And
trick.
you give up on her every minute we delay our fight.
Okay, I will open your damn portal. It is times such as this that I wish someone else here could drill holes through space and time. Perhaps Doctor Strange should spend less time tinkering with Tony Stark in the Forge and focus more on his magic. I will be there when you are ready. Goodbye.
Abracadabra, Alakazam, I need you to understand. You're the reason for my confusion. My love is blind, but I can see. Your spinner's got a hold on
I
me.
take it you found our gatekeeper. Then let me explain what's going on. When Hydra isn't preoccupied with world-ending scenarios, they spend a lot of their free time terrorizing the citizens of New York through various low-level operations. It's fairly routine stuff for heroes these days, and worst case, we'll still get some fresh intel in the process. Why don't you check the mirror table and see what we've got on our plate?
The mirror table. I am bored of this game. I'm sick of this shit. Oh boy. I don't think I've ever used my native accent on I don't think I've ever used my native accent on this channel before. No, sirree, I don't think I have. That's interesting. This isn't my native accent, obviously. I made that clear earlier. Oh, hell yeah! She's so hot! The One Piece? The One Piece is real? Hell yeah, I'm gonna take her into battle like this. Fuck yeah, Carol, woo! So hot. Okay, that's a cool reference. They look so bad loading in. That one's, oh, medieval, okay. Marvel. Yeah, that's funny. Midnight Sun, it's locked. Looks the same as this. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, no, it's just not. Okay. Let me see about her. Is that a real shirt you can buy? I kind of want it. If it is, I kind of want it. Can we get him in his underwear, please? Oh. Okay. About to turn me straight. It didn't let me choose someone other than Carol, or I would have. I'm sorry. Well, at least I can't figure out how to. So I guess this is Limbo. Can I fall off now?
Dr. Banner has confirmed that the gamma signatures in the area match those of Faustus's weapon.
I can whistle now. I learned how to whistle this year. Somewhat. I'm not very good at it. Oh boy, time for more invigorating combat. Disable the Hydra helicopter. Oh, great. Ha! The Quentin Quire reference with the shirt. Is that, Kid Omega? I don't know that reference.
Looks like Captain Marvel was right on the...
Heroes. A single world-ending calamity is never enough to satiate your appetite for destruction. You insist on meddling further, forcing our hand yet again.
Well, that's just lovely. Faustus has a radio. I'm assuming whatever Hydra is attempting to flee with on that chopper is our target. I suggest we stop it and see for ourselves.
Hell
Hmm. Oh, he does? Never mind. I'm not getting to that then. He's annoying as fuck in the, really anything he's in from last or this year. He's just fucking, really fucking annoying. Hell right. Take it easy. Dude's T-posing.
You have earned this. There was a time when Lilith had the highest of standards for her minions. That time has clearly passed.
These are Hydra agents. They're not Lilith's minions. You idiot.
For victory.
That will not slow me down.
That's true, but Quentin is special in how much I want to strangle him. Oh, that's not fun.
You don't even know what it is you're pursuing. The Gamma Disruptor you so narrowly escaped within our last encounter was only the beginning.
More than your eyes.
Such ferocious spirit. You truly are your mother's child, Hunter.
Oh, 3 turns remaining. Hell no. Damn, I was not paying attention to that. Well.
This is a serious predicament.
I don't care.
I am impressed.
There won't be enough to see. I'll have it.
You're gonna regret that.
Great.
Enough yet. You got nothing to fear.
Counter.
The last thing we need is for that pompous buffoon to win today. Stop that chopper, please.
With pleasure.
Trying. I don't have any things. Fine.
Prepare yourselves.
Drops. Okay, I see. Interesting drop.
Light will heal you. I feel more like myself every day.
Should probably save that one. Will this also damage the... Probably. Wild stuff indeed. Yeah, that's a Dodge Charger. Oh my god. Okay, it was worth it for that. It was worth it to watch that. That was amazing. I love that. I love seeing that. We love to see it.
Excellent. Now you'll need to clean up the rest of Hydra's forces.
It didn't explode. Interesting. Oh man. Give me new cards. I was gonna use one of those. The Captain Marvel one.
You're mine. Soon enough.
I want to read some Robbie Reyes comics now. And you know what? I don't have anything to do until 3 p.m. tomorrow, and it's not even 10 p.m. yet here. So I think I'm going to read, like, all of Robbie Reyes' comics tonight. Because I want to. Misa I wanna. Oh, sorry. Nazi was talking. Probably should have listened to that. I don't care. I don't care. Oh, I love this new ability I got. His first run was pretty good. Good to know. Have you read any of his other ones? Give me the rundown. Give me the rundown on the Robbie Reyes situation. Please. I know they introduced, like, his sister or something recently, or they did something wacky with that. So there was, like, a Reyes special or something like that, but this year, I put it on the comic wall, but give me the full rundown. I haven't gotten to that one yet. I have it in my pile of things to read, but haven't gotten to it. So, let me know everything you know about his runs. I mean, without spoilers. You know what I mean. Okay, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool, actually. I'm getting the hang of this now.
As ordered.
For years, I was considered a crazed zealot in the Hydra cabal. Obsessed with the old ways. But then we detected the convergence of the midnight sun.
There's no knockback. Lol, okay. I don't actually need to do that. Let's go for you.
Even for Hydra.
I've only read his first run, actually. Okay, and since I'm going through Marvel in chronological order from Marvel Now, I will eventually get to his second run in 2016. Are you actually insane? What? Marvel in chronological order from Marvel Now. You realize that's like over a decade of stuff, right? Like, you do know that? 'Cause that's insane. Be pretty funny. Oh man, he didn't go in the thing. Nap, in quotations. Hello, second person who's now watching. You're a bit late into the stream, but as you can see, but I think you're okay. We're just chatting about stuff here, comics and that sort of thing. Comics in Danish, pretty much.
Like that's the last of them. Last? There are more heads to the Hydra than you will ever comprehend, heroes. This is a minor setback at most.
Well, at least we don't have to listen to you any longer today. I consider that alone a victory.
You would think that they would get him, like, off the frequency. Like, wouldn't they have a private channel or something?
Well done. If Hydra wasn't paying attention before, they are now.
Okay, okay.
Stay sharp.
So you're not reading literally everything. Just the stuff that you care about. That's still a lot. Oh boy, Sabretooth. Why is there Sabretooth? Why is Sabretooth here? We don't have any other mutants. That's not true. Magic is a mutant. We're not utilizing any other mutants' powers. The Runaways, are they mutants? I can't remember. Have fun with Civil War 2. Said nobody ever in the history of the world. Not even the tie-ins are good. I actually have only read the first issue of Civil War 2, so don't take my word for it. I'm sure everybody is lying, and it's actually one of the best events ever made. Nah, the first issue was total shit. Cool. I don't care. Alright. Oh. Oh. What? Okay, view post. Gets worse. I'm also reading DC in chronological order from New 52 and onwards. You're insane. Millennials. Anyway. Should we go Magic or Robbie Reyes? I like both of them kind of equally, honestly. Yet most of DC I've read has been Elseworld stuff, really, like Injustice DC Earth 1, Dark Knights of Steel, Absolute, and the like. Fascinating.
Ooh, man, scratch off another victory for the Midnight Suns.
Do we get Magic to chat up?
Hey, for someone they just dug up, you look pretty fresh.
You already used that line. Where's Magic? Ileana. She's not even fucking here. She's not even here. Sorry. Sometimes on these streams, when I get a little bit bored or I need to focus, I slip into my vocal stems, or just like some vocal stems, and then I totally forget that it's really annoying to people who aren't me. Let's play some cards with Robbie. He's a cool dude.
We don't cook enough around here. Everyone does their own thing.
Seagate root beer. I want some of that.
Well, we all bring something to the table. You know, potluck?
Potluck?
We could start a weekly tradition. Hey, I make a mean carne asada.
We would be reviving an old custom. Before I died, we did what you call potluck about once a week.
Huh. For real? Just, you and Caretaker?
Agatha was there. So were the original Midnight Suns.
Okay, we're doing this. Give me a few days to put this together. And then, coming soon to an abbey near you, Midnight Suns, the potlucking.
Wow.
Too much?
Yes.
A bit.
Yes, that was cringe as all
I'll
hell.
work on it. We set a new bar.
Anyway, why are you doing this to yourself? And why? How did you start off with Elseworld stuff? Because that's kind of crazy. I don't think I've ever met someone who started off with Elseworld stuff. Maybe early on, like I learned that stuff early on, but like I've known what Elseworlds is for like a decade or more. Outright spacebar. This is why we play games all at once.
Comfortable with the words of power, Hunter. If you're going to continue our little investigation of the Abbey, they'll be vital to your success.
Investigation?
A side project, but a potentially transformative one. With my blessing, Wanda was working to uncover what may be the most powerful.
Blink, please.
Just what in the hell do you think you're doing in here?
Standing in the library?
I've given you free rein so you could get back on your feet. But I never thought you'd pull something like this.
The fuck are you talking about, MJ?
What is it you think I am doing, exactly?
Don't be coy. It does not suit you. I told you how hard it's been since we lost Agatha. Instead of letting it rest, you decide to reopen the wound?
Oh, Sarah. I never thought of this place like that.
Of course you didn't. And now it's done. Why should I ever stand in your way?
This would be really meaningful if the writing was good and I cared about Caretaker. Wow, thanks, Agatha.
It wasn't meant for you, dear. You know that, right? Don't hold it against Sarah.
Way to just
She
come
may
back in
try
here.
to mask her feelings, but you know she is struggling with what happened. Why are you hiding?
Yeah, Agatha, you're
For most people,
really mean.
the captivating relationships of their lives are formed over a matter of days and years. Sarah and I spent centuries together exploring this world, fighting the darkness, watching cities and even nations form and then crumble. And yet we persevered together.
So they're gay.
You still have not answered my question.
It may be difficult to understand, but she needs this time. Sending Wanda away, sealing the library, that elaborate memorial she conjured up. She didn't waste any time trying to bury what happened.
You are right. I do not understand.
It isn't up to me to reveal myself. It's up to her to accept what happened and allow herself to grieve. When that happens, we'll see each other again, but not before.
I don't get it.
I trust you will do what is right for Sarah. So, what is it you are looking at here?
Yes, we should get back to the real reason I asked you to meet me here.
Bit of a
Wanda's
masochist. Also finished the original
The
Ultimate
undergrounds
Universe.
have a great deal of history. Many of its secrets remain
Found the main
hidden.
continuity really overwhelming.
This time.
Interesting.
Even to you?
I've never seen it that way, but I see how somebody
Taken to
could.
Exploring the grounds in search of a strange energy we both sensed. Knowing that Sarah had no intention of waking you to investigate, Wanda felt it was up to her to take your place. Of course, being the clever girl that she is, her notes are written in an ancient, transient cipher that I've only just begun to understand. Have a look at the first entry.
Do I have to? We've had 3 hours of this game. How long is this game? How long is it? Hold on. Here's my phone. Here's my phone. $40 hours. 40 hours. 40 hours of this shit. Okay. Okay. Well, I said I'd do it, so I guess I'll do it. Just know I'm not happy about it. I don't want to spend 2 days of my life on this shit. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. Not one bit. No, not at all. Okay. Okay.
Hello.
We just talked.
I'm sure it's
I don't care. This is a 40-hour game. I don't care. We are 1/10 of the way through this game. Probably. Up to 1/10 of the way through the game. Across 2 streams. I'm not happy. Hey, that's what the wood sounds like out here. Oh.
painful memories behind closed doors.
very rational thing to do. Alright, it's a me thing to do.
Yes, that's more accurate.
Feeling a chill, Magic?
You could say that. I've been staring at the night sky trying to figure it out.
Figure what out?
You're observant, Hunter. You tell me.
You are trying to figure out how to bring Wanda back.
Close, Hunter. But no. Something much more sinister has grabbed my attention.
Sinister?
When I was holding the trans-dimensional door for you back there, I sensed something was at the docks with you. Something dark and familiar.
What did you see, Ileana?
I did not see, I said. I sensed something there.
What did you sense, Ileana?
Something has shifted in Limbo, but I cannot quite put my finger on it. All I know is that whatever is happening is also strangely familiar to me. And when all you knew was darkness and despair growing up, that warm, fuzzy feeling of familiarity is not just a warning sign, but an alarm bell.
Do you think Limbo is still safe to travel in?
Safe? Hunter, you are the sweetest, most naive demon I have ever met. Limbo has never been safe. It's just no one there would dare assault one of my portals. My presence protects you. All of you. I'd like to be left to my thoughts now, Hunter. I still have a lot of thinking to do, while I try to make sense of what I felt at the docks and the energetic shifts that ripple through Limbo.
Yes, she is. I believe it says Darkhold, which I think is a thing in Marvel Comics.
Fresh spell battle aura makes for an ideal reading look.
I'm pretty sure that says Darkhold.
Noble Ashtur guides my hand.
Wolfsbane.
That is something. Intriguing.
Let me guess. Yeah.
Interesting.
It's the same model used over and over. Okay.
I was always drawn to this place as a child, but somehow I had almost forgotten about it.
What magic book exactly? I don't know what you're referring to. Oh, the Darkhold. That's what it is. I forgot what it was, but no, it's the book. I always think Darkhold like Stronghold, and so I think it's a place, but no, it's a book.
Curious.
That implies that I made it. I don't understand. Wait, does that look... No, it doesn't. Never mind. Yeah, they really like using the Darkhold, don't they? You're right, it does.
Ah, I see. What is this?
I think you know what it is, idiot. It came from the grassy overlook. Wait, February what? That doesn't matter. Didn't realize we were playing Skyrim. there another path? Yeah, but it's just the same old things. More about the cosmic world of you should. I actually am aware of Sir Superhero. Thank you for the suggestion, though. There's a lot that I know and I don't talk about because it's not relevant. But I do actually watch him, not religiously or anything like I do with Casually Comics, but I am subscribed and I do watch him. But thank you. Yes, that is something I am interested in.
Stones. There is powerful magic at work here.
I haven't seen that video though, not because I don't like him, but because I don't generally care that much about Marvel. I mean, if I'm remembering correctly, it was a pretty long video. But if I have time, I might look into it. I've been doing some more Bat-Fam related stuff recently. That and Spider-Man. I'm trying to dive back into Spider-Man. Where's my... I guess it's in my room. I don't know where it is.
I need to find the next moon suit.
Okay. Next moon suit. I wish I had a team. Like, was a superhero on a team. That would be cool. Press F to pay respects. Press F to pay respects. That's so funny. They did that intentionally. But the Sinister 60. Sinister 60.
Much like Nico, her powers came dangerously close to crossing the line. But she was among the most loyal of the Midnight Suns. I need to find the next moon suit.
Sinister 60. Damn it. At least it's on the map now. Can I? No, I cannot. Those textures. Copy paste, copy paste. Sinister 60. I do need to check that out. I guess I have my subscription set to personalized because I wasn't aware of that video. I did, however, watch the interview with, what's his name? Aubrey Steddern, I believe it was. I've never seen anything he's done before. He's not exactly fringe. Most of the stuff that you would have read of his, you being specifically you, but also general you, he would have been editor for it, so you might not have noticed him. Mostly Marvel stuff, just generally Marvel stuff. But he is writing a new series called Free Planet, and it is a sort of space opera, political intrigue plot, post-revolutionary society sort of thing, with seems like morally gray characters.
Cracks in this wall.
So and it comes out on my birthday, so I am excited to.
Must not be her purview.
I'm excited to get number 1 and read it. Only 1 and 2 have been announced, but as he said in the interview, the first 6 issues have been completed, and he at least implied that it was meant to go longer than that. So I'm excited for that. I watched the hour-long interview with him, and that was an interesting watch. I recommend you go watch that after this, if that sounds interesting to you at all. He directly admits, and you can tell by the way he speaks and writes, or talks about his writing at least, that he's inspired by Howard Chaykin. It's and he learned a lot from him. It's a very interesting way of thinking about things, I guess you could say. I am something of a Chaykin fan myself. I haven't read much of his stuff, but of course I've seen the Comic Tropes video on Chaykin, and I have a lot of his the Shadow series, because of course I am the #1 Shadow stan. So I have the more of the O'Neill run because that's newer, but I do have some of the Chaykin run as well. Of course, I will be getting all of it. I want to have every single Shadow comic that's ever existed, but that's not realistic since he's from the 40s. Trying to find his first appearance is #1 like a needle in a haystack, because it's called Shadow Comics #1, so you just can't find it, because if you look that up, you're not going to find it. But if you can find it, it's $4,000 for a copy that you can barely read, because it's from like 1939. So
Are you going to make me say it?
I want to know.
You were an old, dead woman.
Hocus pocus.
Hocus pocus.
You haven't lost your touch, dear. The words may be simple, but these plinths won't appear.
Okay, points for using the word plinth. That's not an easy one to use in conversation. Even in a story. It's not, and it's a pretty rare word too, so.
The elemental rods now?
Scattered to the wind, unfortunately.
Plinth is a good word. More people should use plinth. I don't know when they would use plinth, but they should.
That's right.
Yeah, it's a video game. I know how video games work. Thank you. Hey, it's an arcane key.
An arcane key.
Oh, sorry, it's an arcane key, not an arcane key. Me who wants to own all of the Disney Jumbo books. 547 volumes. Yeah, I don't think that's happening. North, how many comics do you own? I know how many you've read. You've read over 6,000. How many do you own? Physically, I'll say. If you're mainly a digital collector, I want to know physically. If you don't really do digital, you can include everything. Wow! So you're telling me I've got to stick the rod in the hole, huh? Kinky. There's a rare one I found, but this one will do. Excuse me. Chicken mushroom. Chicken jockey. Chicken jockey.
The goddess of order approved.
453, but that's a mix of floppies, trades, and omnis, so realistically it's a lot more. Yeah, you have omnis, okay. Because I was going to say, you know, I have 727 as of last Monday. Interesting spell. Red? What? I thought you said 6,000 red. What do you mean 11,151? You said 6,000 earlier. But yeah, I have 427. Some of those are... I don't have any omnibuses. Omnibussy. But I do have trade paperbacks. I have around 80, I think. Just Marvel. You're insane. Okay. Yeah, I do have like 80 trade paperbacks of that. So realistically, it's about 5 or 6 times the 80. So take 80 off the 727, around there. a little under 80, and then yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Elemental rod. I should take this back to the altar.
I should stick this up my ass. An elemental rod, man. That's like totally rad, dude. Yeah. I don't really know how people talk when they're high, because people aren't usually high around me. I have gotten high myself, but only... No, that's not true. Several times. But I don't really talk like that, so I don't really get it. Oh my god! Oh my god!
I needed that.
Oh my god. The way she said that. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to make this more interesting. It's not a very interesting game, I'm sorry. I thought this would be... You know, when I pull up a Marvel game, I think it's gonna be interesting, and this just isn't that interesting, so, yeah, it's whatever.
The old magic still holds.
Your mother still holds. Just Marvel is the 6,000, that's crazy. I don't really want to do the rest of this right now, but I want to keep you guys on stream. We have 2 viewers going. And that's good for the algorithm, it's good for me, it's good for my channel. And I haven't been able to stream. I couldn't stream last week, and then the week previously, I don't think I got a video out. I think the most recent video is still my Novocaine one, maybe. So that's not great. Viz, you read a lot of manga, I see. You should, Viz now has, oh, I can't walk into it. Viz now has, Ruby. They bought the rights to Ruby after, after Rooster Teeth went under last year, in March of last year. So, that's a, they just recently, they announced back in July that they were going to make some merch for it. And then they just recently, a few months ago, released the merch for it. So I don't know, it's still up in the air whether they will continue, especially the comics, but the show, because the show... I've talked about this at length, literally for like 2 hours on stream in the past. I did months ago when I finished the series. I own the entire series, so I can go back and check things. Because you legally, unless you have the stuff, a physical copy, you legally cannot stream it anywhere. You have to have a physical copy to watch it legally. I'm not saying there's other ways you can't watch it, but also watching it on Blu-ray is the best way you're going to get, since it's not on streaming, because if you get it any other way, it's not going to be the best quality. Don't ask me how I know. So, so it's really interesting because you can't watch the show. The comics are still around if you can find them. The manga isn't too hard to find, but the actual comics... I mean, I went down. I went to North Carolina and was able to find DC Justice League and Justice League Ruby, but in the dollar bins. But I was lucky to be able to. I mean, they had the variant covers of them, but that was a pretty good find, and that was back in 2022, before I started getting, before I made my grand return to comics. So that's. It's really sort of a fascinating thing right now because it's such a good story and there's so many... It's been an IP, a developed IP, for 12 years now, and yet the rights are being held by people who are trying to figure out what to do with it because the parent company went under. And who the hell knows what's going to happen to other Rooster Teeth products like Camp, etc. I mean, Camp season 5 concluded, but it doesn't really have an end per se. So it's this. I find it really fascinating what's going to happen to Rooster Teeth's various IPs. You know, I'm interested to see what happened. But Viz has Ruby, and so they can do whatever they want with it. And I really, really hope we see a new manga that's different than the. Well, okay. So for there's three comic series and 2 manga series. The 2 manga series, one of them is an adaptation of the first 3 volumes of the show, which I can't imagine is all that great because it's single manga volumes, and I don't know if you can fit all that in there. And then the other is Tales from that time period, from the first 3 volumes, and so it's like canon in its own world or whatever, but not the show, I believe. It's really weird. And then the comics are, I determined this, I am basically an expert on Ruby lore, especially, I've seen the show like 5 times or something, and that's very rare for me. There are very few shows I have seen as much as Ruby. I do not rewatch or reread things most of the time. Like 90% of the time I don't redo anything. And so I've seen Ruby quite a bit. And so I can confirm that there's an alternate universe in which the DC Ruby continuity takes place. And it's a fascinating sort of thing. It's a weird continuity. It's a very weird continuity. There's space travel. Well, attempted space travel and stuff like that in this science fantasy thing. It gets wild. Cyborg was trying to make a spaceship. It's weird. Anyway. I logged the chapters too, so that's probably why the numbers are so high. I just finished Naruto last year, and now I'm going through My Hero Academia. Good luck. I didn't know that people could finish Naruto. Have you also read Boruto and all that?
After all these years, it is good to
wish I could say
Kerrigan?
Mother. Now enough with this deception and reveal
Kerrigan?
form.
But this is my true form. The way I was when you were just a sweet, helpless little baby.
Kerrigan?
You don't remember that, do you? Well, I do. Bringing you into the
Kerrigan?
world was the happiest.
Kidden, that was not the word to summon you. That's not your name.
Taking you out of this world again will be mine.
I had thought the words of power would open your eyes. But I should have known my sister and her pet witch would continue to withhold the truth from you.
And what truth is that?
The truth they are keeping from you. You need only.
Wait, Mother.
That's fair. I have not read Naruto, so I don't know what the pain arc is, but judging by how you're talking about it, I don't think I want to know. Come up here, cat. And Boruto, I've heard varying things. Yes, of course it's really her. What do you think? Dipshit. I don't want all those quests. Look at those controllers, man. What is this game console here? Yes, the Game Station. The Game Station 4. Mm-hmm. Or 5 in this case. Huh. Cool.
Oh, you are gonna love this.
Kishimoto didn't want to continue his own manga. That's the worst, when you can tell the artist doesn't want to do their own stuff. That's why with my comic, I won't talk about it at length, but with my comic, it's 6-issue mini, and I don't care what's happening. It's a 6-issue mini. If you guys want the story to continue, I do have an idea for a story that I would like to do, very much so. It revolves around Akrazio, the deuteragonist of the book, and Wrath's friend, only friend, really. And that's an entire story that I've been planning and thinking about. I'm adapting it, changing it. It's changed over the past few months, but that's one that I've been thinking about since like November. So it's been like 6 months ruminating in my head. So I'd really like to get that to the page. No plans to do so yet, unless this goes well and Jamie and I really like working together. So far it's been an absolute blast, but we're both pretty busy people, and neither of us are great with consistent communication, so I don't know if we're both going to continue working on this project specifically. We'll probably continue to do comics together. I absolutely adore her style. I'm talking about Jamie Kai on the League at Jamie Kai.
How's it going, boss?
Hey, but yeah, I'm very excited about this manga. I assume you saw it. The manga's this comic. It's not in a manga style. It's not a Mara manga. It's a traditional digital Western comics. Digital only for the time being. We don't have a publisher or anything. But cool. I like that one. Yeah. So don't knock my thing over, please, kitten. Thank you. So hopefully that goes well. I expect it will. But yeah, if we can pull it off, it's going to be pretty great. But yeah, I made sure, I'm like, 6 issues. I have a story in mind. I know the story I want to tell. If we tried to do more than that, I don't know if I could do it. If people really want more of it, I'm sure I can come up with something else. Because there are an infinite number of issues and stories you can tell, and I think these are characters that could stand the test of time. But yeah, that remains to be seen. It all comes down. I know Jamie's going to do great. There's no question about that. I have absolutely no doubt in her abilities that she can and will make an excellent comic. So then it really comes down to my ability and whether or not I can pull it off, basically. And that makes me nervous. That makes me nervous because I'm... I don't know. I don't think I'm very good at writing, which is funny because I want to be a writer, but I don't think I'm very good at writing. Other people have told me I'm very good at writing and a very good storyteller, and I kind of believe them, but when I look at it, I'm like, you see the greats, you see all sorts of stuff like that. Oh man, wait, I already opened this one. What the hell? Anyway, you see the greats, and it's like, how could I ever do that, you know?
I see you found another.
I don't care. Okay. Oh, I should save. Not like I'm at risk of dying or anything. And there's been autosaves, but... I'm glad you're looking forward to it. If you like the darker sort of styles of Scott Snyder and Dennis O'Neil, I think you will, in general, like my work, and specifically really enjoy this. It's very much pulling from both of their styles. I mentioned that in a post today.
What's the latest intel?
If I do it right anyway, you will notice that I'm pulling from them, and that's completely intentional. Do I have a system? Okay, so this is... Shut up. Shut the fuck up, Carol. I'm trying to explain something about my comic. Come on, man.
See you soon.
Yeah, see ya. I'm gonna need to get more food. I need to get some cereal or something. My belly is rumbling. Anyway, your question. do I have a system for how to write a comic script? Or do you just write down random notes? So, I guess, do you want me to walk you through the whole process of writing a comic? Because while I haven't finished a comic before, as in I've never worked with an artist and fully completed a fully fleshed out comic. We've gotten 4 pages that were done with flat colors, and then that project fell apart. Very, very unfortunately. I was really looking forward to that, but that's a different thing. Anyway, while I haven't made a completed comic, I have made several completed comic scripts, and so I know how to do it. So do you want me to walk you through my entire process? Because I will gladly. Or do you just want specifically how I make a comic script, like just the script part? Or the ideas fully? Okay. So I'll explain what I do, and I'm sure it doesn't work for everyone. I'm absolutely positive it doesn't work for everyone, but I can't just go over to you. I've got to do training here. I want to do some training. Hold on. Can we... Oh, okay.
I guess I can show you a couple of things.
So, how I do it, I come up with some sort of idea, you know? So, I really need an example for this. So... Okay, I'll use my completed comic script. It's a 4-page comic, but still. For, I almost said Midnight Western Theater. That is not my IP. I did not make that. That's, an acquaintance of mine made that, but not me. So, it's very good. You should go read it. It's free on Louise Southard's Substack. Can recommend. It's one of my favorite comic series, but, anyway, no, it's called Noontide Mess. That's what it's called, which is I never know how to say it. Don Quixote. I don't know how to say it. You know the story I'm referring to. It's a reference to that. Anyway, and so I come up with an idea. I like westerns. Okay, I like westerns a lot. I wanted to write a story about a showdown. Because at the time I was doing a weekly comic thing. Okay. I want to write a showdown. Where's a showdown set? Probably in the Southwest, you know, it's a Western. Well, where do I want to put it? I love Tucson. Tucson's a great city. I've been there. Let's do it like 1870s, you know, early 1870s or late 1860s. I forget what the exact date is. It's been months since I wrote it. In downtown Tucson. In this certain place, and then I looked it up, and that place wasn't there back in the day. It was made in 1923 or whatever. And so I'm like, okay, well, it's fine. We can set it in that same place, but it's just basically an empty lot with some grass. Okay, that's fine. And so we have a showdown, and I'm like, okay, well, we need the characters. So I come up with it, and I'm like, okay, so we have Will and we have Josh. Normal names, normal guys. I come up with basic character designs for them. I don't know anything about them. I still don't know their last names. I don't know shit about these guys. But one of them has a problem with the other one, because conflict is always the heart of every story, right? And so you have to have some sort of conflict. One wronged the other. What he did doesn't say in the comic. I don't know yet. I haven't developed the story any further than this 4-page comic. So I'm giving you spoilers for the comic script, but I mean, it's freely available. You can read it anytime on my railroad. So I help here. Give me just 1 second.
Can I ask a favor?
I don't know. Okay. Let's get a nice view. That's a nice view. Oh. Sorry. Yeah, so where was I? So conflict is the heart of any story. Without a conflict, you simply do not have a story. People have come to me before asking for writing advice because they like my stuff, or they're like, hey, can you help me out with this? And I'm like, sure. And they're like, so I have all these characters, I have the setting, I have what they're doing, and it's like, you know, this rich guy who feels bad. I'm like, okay, what does he feel bad about? I don't know, he just generally feels bad. What does he do? I don't know. Well, you have to know. You have to have that conflict. I don't care if your characters are the most fleshed out thing. The conflict is the central idea. So the showdown, you know, there's something went wrong between these two men, and now they're going to shoot each other. And so Josh shoots first, shoots Will in the gut. Will collapses in the desert, and Josh walks off. Okay? Then Josh goes to a bar to drink his sorrows away, and we find out that he killed his own brother. Those two men were brothers. And then the reader is really interested, you know? And so I sort of came up with that as I went along, and it's only a 4-page comic, so it's very, very short. It's basically just a hook for a bigger story that I haven't written yet, and if people want it, I will write a bigger story for that, but I didn't make up one in the first place. And so I came up with that. And then for the actual comic writing thing, so then I have a full story. And that's, I mean, it's a very short story, and it's basically just a hook, like I said, but that is a story. It gets you interested and it's entertaining, and that's all you need, really, for a basic story. I wasn't trying to say anything deep with it, I just wanted to write a showdown. And I think I absolutely succeeded with that. If you don't think so, that's fine. You can give it a 1-star rating on Royal Road. I still appreciate you reading it. But anyway, and so then for the actual comics writing part, if you need the specific example, you can go, as I said, you can go read it. It's publicly available along with all the rest of my completed comic scripts. Actually, most of them are publicly available on my Royal Road. The ones that'll never get made, I try to put them out. So, but so you can see not my process there. I'm explaining the process, but you can see the end result and the end product. And so I do have a very specific way of formatting the comic, because if you don't, it's a fucking mess, and it's terrible, and I've seen people do that before, and it's a fucking mess. You have to make sure you get your formatting down. As a comic writer, that is one of the most important things. If you write prose, you got the paragraphs, you know how the sentences work, you've got the sentence structure down, you've got the parallel, you know, the sentence structure works parallel, all of that. You know the techniques for that. With comic writing, doesn't work like that at all. You throw all of that out the window. You want correct grammar in the dialogue, probably, unless you're trying to say something with it, like they have a dialect or they're being cut off or something like that. You probably want correct grammar because it makes you look smart and like you know how to write. And other than that, it depends. But so I there's millions of ways on how to write a comic with the actual formatting, but I'll tell you the way that I do it. And my style for it, I adopted it partially from Louise Southard. Mostly I got started with Peter David because he talked about this previously. And so what I will have so I use Google Docs, okay? So I say heading 1, issue 1, okay? Heading 2, page 1. And then I will make bullet point notes, and I will have panel A, : I describe in several short sentences. They can be run-on sentences, they can be sentence fragments. I will describe in maximum 4 sentences. I don't think I've ever gotten 4 sentences. But maximum 4 sentences, what you want. You don't want to add too much detail. You don't want to explain exactly what the artist is going to draw. Artists hate that if you tell them every little detail that you want. Unless it's really important for the lore, you do not want to do that. And trust me, not everything is important for the lore. People will not care. especially when you're getting started out. Nobody cares. So you want to keep it short, you want to keep it sweet, you want to give the artist enough detail so that they know what they need to draw, but not too much where you're dictating their every word and they have no freedom whatsoever, because the artist will resent you for that. Then, after that, I have any dialogue, so I will put it in, so another line, still underneath the bullet point, and it's indented and everything, and then I will bold whoever's speaking. And you always identify whoever's speaking, because otherwise it will get super jumbled, even if it's an unknown speaker. So you say unknown speaker, that's the person speaking, or male voice, or unidentified male, anything like that, so we know something, so the artist knows. And then I format it like normal quotations for that. And then if there's two people speaking, then I'll go to the next line, do the same thing, whatever. For narration boxes, I always say where the narration box is, so I'll say, there is a narration box in the top left corner. It's kind of funny, artists have made fun of me for that, because you don't necessarily need to say that, but for every single panel I do, just in case. And so people were like, oh, is there a narration box in the top left corner? I'm like, there sure is. Stuff like that. But and so I'll specify that with the 4-sentence thing or whatever. I guess you can do 5 sentences. There are no hard and fast rules. I'm telling you what I'm doing. And so I count the narration box as a speaker. So narration box in bold, colon, and then whatever the narration box says. And I don't put that in quotation marks, but it's whatever. Yeah, so that's how I do it. And then any special effects, normally I will include that in the box. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I'll include it as its own thing, like after the dialogue. But generally I'll include it in the text. Like, there's a large boom in the middle of the panel, is what I'll say, And so then you can see that from what I just said. You know exactly what that's going to look like. And that's the idea. So, that, and one more thing about that, I make sure that, so you read left to right, but in a doc you're reading top to bottom. So I make sure to put, this is just intuitive, but, whoever's on the left, whoever the reader is going to read first, they speak first, and then so on, so whoever's on the left is going to be top, whoever's on the right is going to be bottom. Makes sense. And that's how I format it. And then for the next one, I will go to panel B, colon, and then do that, and then panel C and panel D. Generally, for me, and I am not all that good at paneling, I really need to work on that. If there's one thing I need to work on, it's paneling, because that's something I was entirely new to. I've been writing prose for years and years and years, but that's something that was entirely new to me when I started it, and it's a lot harder than you might think to get interesting paneling and make it work. So far, I haven't done more than usually 5 panels to a page, unless you want to do a big page spread or like a full page reveal or something like that. I would recommend 5 as a minimum. I probably would not do more than 10 as a maximum, but this is very general and relative. You can do, if you do it right, you can do as much as you want. You could do 24 panels on a page if they're tiny little boxes and you're trying to make a point or trying to make a bigger picture and show the passage of time. There's all sorts of things you can do with paneling, but you got to know what you're doing, and so I think you should start out simple. But anyway, that's how I format it, and that's sort of my process. But a lot in between the actual, I don't know why I didn't get to this before. Am I stupid? I think I'm stupid. I didn't get to this before. So, I gave you the example of that short little thing, but if I have a bigger project, say with Wrath, obviously I didn't just sit down, come up with everything, and then just start writing. I had to brainstorm, and so I always listen to music in the car every single time I get in the car. It doesn't matter if I'm driving somewhere for 5 minutes, music is going to be playing in the car. And so I was, I'll use Wrath as the example, because this The other one that I did this with, I haven't publicly revealed. I haven't talked about it at all. Nobody knows anything about it but me. So, anyway. So, I was listening to a certain song, and I started thinking about it, and I'm sure it's metaphorical, I'm sure it's not literally this, but I'm thinking, like, about this oppressive entity that is ruling over these people who, according to the narrator, did nothing wrong. And so that made me... I had recently watched a thing about the story of Grendel and the entire narrative behind that, and that's basically how Grendel goes. And so I found this parallel there. And I'm like, well, hey, I could write a Grendel sort of thing. And then I was thinking about it, and I'm like, but I wouldn't want to do exactly Grendel. I would rather it be, you know, more like this, more about one person rather than a multitude of people. And I can't just copy Grendel, and I don't want to copy Grendel. So maybe the Dark Force is more, you know, allegory than this evil, just malevolent, fascistic force that is meant to oppress people. Maybe it's something else. And what that is, I'm intentionally not giving away. And so, as I'm driving, I'm listening to the song, and I'm thinking about this, and I'm like, huh, okay, well, who should it be about? What is she like? You know, that sort of thing. Obviously, there's got to be a side character. What should that be? And then I pulled that, as I mentioned previously, I pulled that from one of my other stories about this. I guess I'll say it. I guess I'll say it. This religious fanatic of the Catholic Church who is just obsessed with it. It's his life's mission to serve who he thinks is God, and God is very detached from him, but he feels very abandoned and separate from God, and so the idea with that is, what do you do when your God is abandoned to you, but that's all you know? And so that was an idea that I was playing with, and I worked it into this character, Acrazio, and so it'll be interesting to see how I play with that, I think. But anyway, that's all I'll say about that character, but I'm getting off track. So it's all these different ideas that are sort of formulating separately, and then I sort of just bring them together. And maybe this is just an autistic thing or a neurodivergent thing, I'm not sure. I have autism and ADHD, so maybe this is just how my brain works, I don't know. But it's all these separate things that are developing separately, and yeah, that's what that means. And I'm like, okay, but what about the details here? Or, you know, what color should the sword be? You know, because if it's you know, like a light sword or something, then it's got to have a color. And what's the idea behind that? Well, maybe she uses black magic, and so it's sort of physically represented with this color. You know, and the pieces just sort of fall into place. And so while I'm brainstorming things, I make sure to keep that dock open. Or if I'm driving at my soonest possible convenience, I write it all down once I get home before I forget it, because I will forget it. And I write that in just a bullet point thing, just bullet points. And then I'm like, I'll get back to it later in just bullet points. And if I need any relevant context, I'll make that a different section on the same doc that I'm writing the script on, and all of that. And actually for Wrath, I have not been able to just sit down and write it, because I'm like, I know how it ends. I know exactly how it ends. I know some of the middle parts. I don't know how it starts. And so I sat down, actually today, and I'm like, okay, let me just start with an outline. And so I'm just explaining what happens. It's basically just a synopsis with details of what happens. And so I'm like, okay, she's sitting on a cathedral, and then it just continue. And that's made it so much easier for me. And I don't normally do outlines. We're taught to do outlines in middle and high school, and I always thought it was the most inconvenient, stupid thing, but I just cannot sit down and just be like, panel A, this is what's happening. Panel B, this is what's happening for this story. I just have to write an outline for it, and so I'm basically writing the equivalent of a Wikipedia synopsis. But it's working out. I think it's really going to work for this story, and then I'm going to put it into the panels, you know, and my artist sees that the whole time. So Anyway, so I do that as well sometimes. Interesting, like, I created full characters based on songs alone. I have not heard of Brothers of Metal, but maybe I should check them out. But yes, I actually have as well, and that's the... funny story, the name and the concept of the other comic that I'm not saying anything about, I won't even give you its name. I referred to it previously. I can give you a name. It's called Project VG. That's the name. That's the project name, and that is what it will remain for probably over a year, because it's big. It's big. Unlike this, I'm starting with something very constrained. But if I get Project VG made, it will take a long time to make. So we're talking literal years in the creation process. Yeah. So, but with that, several of the characters are literally just based on songs, and the entire conception is from a song. The title of it, I already have the title of it, is a song name. Like, it's literally a song, and I took the idea of it from that song. I certainly interpolated the song's meaning differently than it was meant to be, but that's art. So yeah, no, that's a really great way to do it. And even with other people, like with the Divergent series, if you read Divergent, if you read that in at least the paperback version, you get to the back and she's like, here's what you should listen to while you read, and it's a bunch of Flyleaf songs, you know? And so yeah, absolutely. And artists, all sorts of artists get inspired by music and all sorts of things. There's a phrase that I really like. I don't know if I came up with it, or I'm sure somebody said it before me, but art inspires art. Nothing comes from a vacuum. Everybody all artists are inspired by other artists, whether in their field or outside of it, you know. Generally, I'm inspired by the sorts of people that, you know, I make similar things to. I listen to Destroy Boys and I play punk. I read sci-fi and I write sci-fi. Stuff like that, you know. But even outside of that, like the song is Discord by The Living Tombstone. I put that in my post today. I don't make electronic music. I don't really listen to electronic music, but I do listen to that song, and I just happen to be thinking about it in that context, and I'm like, oh, well, there's a story there. So it's really interesting, the things that you can pull from music. And it's really interesting to see when people do pull from music, like Scott Pilgrim, for instance. Obviously it's about a band and musicians, and Brian Lee O'Malley himself is a musician, and with Kupek. And so obviously it's a pretty big deal to the comic itself. But you even see that not just with them going to band performances, or if it's the movie, the Battle of the Bands, you know, that wasn't in the comics, but Battle of the Bands in the movie, and it's sort of framed in this musical light of the indie rock scene of the early 2000s in Toronto, but which is a very specific thing, but you know. But even the chapter names, Music Sounds Better With You. There's one which is Bob Dylan lyrics. There's Gordon Downey for one of them. You know, there's all this stuff like that, and it's really interesting stuff, because a lot of it is pretty much deep cuts. You know, especially like Music Sounds Better With You. I saw that and I'm like, wait, really? And I looked it up to make sure that that's not like a common phrase or something. Nope. I'm pretty sure it's referring to the Stardust song, which is a fairly deep cut, unless you're a big Daft Punk fan like myself. And so I realized that, and that's near the very end. That's one of the last chapters. I think it's the second to last chapter. Meow. And so I went back and started seeing all these musical references, and I'm like, oh, I get it now, you know? There's just a level of detail like that music inspires comics so much, and people don't even usually realize. It's fascinating stuff, but I have so many stories in my head with an ending and middle parts, even big emotional moments, but I can't find a start to a story. I hate it. Well, there's a few different ways you can start a story. This is not all-inclusive or anything, but if you need help with that, you could start in medias res. So the best example, maybe not the best example, the most common example that people give when they're teaching this sort of thing is they'll say, how does Star Wars start? There's the rebel ship. We're talking about the original here, so A New Hope, Star Wars, A New Hope. There's the rebel ship going, and then you get that oppressive, massive thing of the Star Destroyer, and then the battle ensues, you know? And you're in the middle of the battle, and then it's C-3PO and R2-D2, and it goes very small scale, because there's not much you can do. It's a space opera, and we're introduced to that, but then you get the very small scale, we can work with these two personalities here, and through them see the environment that we're working with and get introduced to this world. And so that's one way you could do it. But what you always have to keep in mind is, especially if it's not a connected universe or something, people don't know this world. People don't know what's going on in your head, and so you really have to find some way to communicate that to them. Whatever way that is for you, whatever way works best, and that's a writer's own personal voice. That's a voice, and so I did that. Going back to the example for another in medias res thing, the start of Noontime Mess starts at the showdown. Like, we learn about them being brothers and that there was some conflict before them. Learning about the conflict between them is with their conversation before they draw. So that's in the middle of it. But at the start, we just know that there's two guys who are about to shoot each other, and we don't know why, and so you want to know why. And it's explained. They were brothers and something happened between them. And but you have to lead up to that. So you have to have some sort of hook to get the reader... Cat sticking her claws into me. You have to get the reader interested in some way. So whether that starts on a rooftop in the rain, looking down over the city, whether that starts with hand on the hip, ready to grab the gun, whether that starts with a spaceship, shooting a smaller spaceship, whatever you think works. And it really, really is down to what you think works. And I would absolutely get a second opinion, especially in the early stages. Say, hey, do you think this works for the sort of story I'm going with? And if they're like, yep, yeah, that sounds good, and mean it honestly. So probably not your closest friends and family, because you can't trust them. They'll say everything you do is great. And not everything you do is great. I think anyone could be a creator if they work at it, but not everything you do is great. But once you get a second opinion and you feel confident about it, you should go with it, because it's probably a good intro then. Oh yeah, I'm aware. However, also a big fan of cold opens where both the audience and the characters are asking the same question. What the fuck is going on? And that's a great way to do it too, because that's an excellent hook. You're like, what the fuck is this that I'm seeing here? I need to know now, and it's that bit of mystery. And then you play that up, and then you answer it, and the audience is satisfied. And then you introduce a new little mystery, and as long as it's interesting, people are going to keep coming back. As long as you can deliver, and as long as people are actually interested in the ideas that you're presenting to them, they're going to come back. As long as you can communicate that well. Stories are... Really, the art of storytelling is half writing the story. Half of it is the story, half of it is how you present it. That's the way I see it. It's all about the presentation. Or at least half about it. Something I do is... Sorry, I just totally lost my place. Retelling stories. retelling stories that other people have told. They can be simple stories. My favorite thing to do is Norse myths, because I'm a Norse pagan. Obviously, I know the various versions of the Norse myths. And not only do I get to present something that I'm very passionate about, obviously it's my religion, I'm going to be pretty passionate about it, but it's also something you can really play with. So, for example, I was telling, spoiler alert, the story of when, you're probably familiar with this. I know you learn a little bit about Norse myths in Scandinavia, in Scandinavian schools. I don't know how familiar you are with the myths specifically, but there's one where it's called Thrimskiva, and sorry, it's hard for me to say that, but Thrym's song, I believe, is what it translates to. And it's about the time, also known as the time that Thor cross-dressed. And so I was retelling that story, and I left out some of the unimportant parts, It doesn't matter that... It mattered at the time, in that context, that Freya's necklace flew off of her when she got into her rage. And it says that she is so angry that it shakes all the halls in Asgard, right? Well, how do you shake all the halls in Asgard? You're going to be stomping around. So I don't care about the necklace part, but she gets up and she's furious and she starts screaming at them and she starts stomping around. And it's that sort of detail that you have to know, or it's that sort of thing. And like the facial expressions, for instance, in that original myth, are never spoken about. What the gods are saying, how they say it is presented, but the facial expressions are never considered. So in my retelling, I would say, Thor's face darkened, stuff like that. And it really gives it its own unique flavor, and it really makes it sound like you. And so the more you retell stories, the more you practice telling stories. If you're stuck writing stuff, if you're stuck with that and you're like, I just don't know what to write, it is wild. It is fucking wild. If you're like, I just don't know what to write, it's just so hard to sit down and write, just fucking retell a story. What's a myth you know pretty well? What's a very simple story? You could fucking retell Star Wars. I don't give a shit. Whatever you like and whatever you're passionate about that you would want to retell, do that. It doesn't matter if it's good. That's why you practice. That's the entire purpose of it. And the more you retell stories, the better you get at it. The more you develop your voice. And then when you sit down to actually develop your ideas, you already know what your style is. It's perfect. It's great. You thought you could drag me to the bottom of a lake to eat me later. Well, guess what, punk? I'm a fish. You can clip that if you want. Anyway, I've been talking for like 20 minutes about how to write stuff. We should probably get back to the game. As much as I do like this, I'm going to go talk to the lady at the hot springs.
What's the deal with Spider-Man and Venom anyway? Did they used to date or something? Maybe time for a restraining order.
They did. They actually raw dogged every Sunday night, and but they had a bit of a falling out about 20 years ago. You can fact check me on that. Fuck. I was gonna make the fucking Rule 34 joke. I can't do that with a straight face. You can hear that I'm laughing. Rewriting shows to practice your creativity. Well, look at that. You're already doing like at least half the things I'm telling you should do. You're on your way to being a writer. All right, Tony. What do you need? Tony Stark takes a break from his training and gives you a quick assessment as you approach. You're clearly the expert in demon hunting around here. I would say that magic is, but okay. You traded your parents for pogs, elf pogs. pogs. Remember Elf? He's back in pog form. I never saw Elf. I'm sorry. I know what you're referring to, but I never saw it. What's your opinion about... Wow, I'm dyslexic. Did I mention that? I'm dyslexic. What's your opinion on how we should train? Thank you, brain, for reading it correctly this time. Only took 3 times. A true warrior values technique over brute strength, repetition and study, not fire and fury. Train like you fight with furious intent. No quarter, no mercy. That was a Simpsons joke. I've also never seen The Simpsons, so unless it's a really famous one, like, haha, I'm in danger, I don't know the joke. Sorry about that. It's fucking 5 a.m. now. Think you go for tonight and read some Old Man Logan. Remember what I said about writing stuff. If you take my advice, you'll at least be a somewhat better writer. I can't I'm not saying that I'm perfect or anything, but take my advice, trust me. Anyway, thank you for sticking around for so long. This has been a crazy stream. I don't know when I'm gonna end it, but we've gone for 4 hours. That's fucking insane. And yeah, I will see you around. Have fun, and good night. Make sure to sleep sometime. So, what should we choose here? True Warrior. 29 credits. Or Iron Man ability. Nah, I want to do 29 credits. No problem. I don't like the idea of Millhouse having 2 spaghetti meals in one day. I don't know who Millhouse is. Millhouse. Can I speak properly, please? Please? Thank you. Millhouse. Oh man, I'm getting tired. It's only 11. It's not that late. Hero Ops.
Pick your target, Hunter.
Hero Ops. All my heroes ops.
I think I can handle that.
Okay.
We're ready to make a move.
Cool. 1 day to complete. Cool. I thought it was before, but now it really is. What are these boxes? Literally just storage boxes. Caught my eye for no reason. What's your opinion on the Sri Lanka economic crisis? I did say open AMA, didn't I? I at least say that on all my PS5 streams. Sri Lanka is a country in Asia, and it's important to the economy of Asia at large, I guess. And he's dead in pog form. Cool. The economic crisis, I'm sure, is very bad, and I hope it gets better soon. Because people deserve a good economy. Ow! Cat, why are you like this? Please no. Will you let me play the game now? Thank you, kitten. You're a good cat. Okay, let me see here. Cat, stop bumping your head. Here's the thing. Is that a... It is. Rise of the Midnight Suns, Morbius. Comic poster. Also Fantastic Four. Where... What does that say? Where roars? Soars. Silver Surfer. Marvel presents Guardians of the Galaxy. Interesting. I have not dyed my hair red yet. No, I have not, unfortunately. I will be... So, I actually ended up shaving my head sometime. I know, very unfortunate. I should not have done it, but I did. And as soon as it grows back and I get my undercut like I like it, I will be bleaching and dyeing my hair. If necessary, I will dye my hair. I have very dark hair, and so it's possible that just bleaching it will be enough to get it the red that I want and look like Kim Pine. It's possible that just that alone would make me look like Kim Pine, which would be ideal. Obviously, I won't have the same hairstyle as her, but if I had the same hair color, that would certainly be good enough. That's all I really need. Wonder if there's anything on this side. No, we just came down this way. Idiot. This is why we had Chinese food for lunch? What? I'm surprised Feifei didn't join us tonight. Normally she does. I guess she was busy or something. Maybe she responded to my post about it on the League. Grow my hair out, as in like make it medium length or long? No, the longest that I have done and the longest I probably ever will do is as long as my character's hair here. Yeah, that's probably the longest I'll do. I generally don't love it when it's that long, but it's okay.
Perhaps I should try this somewhere else.
Oh. So I get it right on that one, but I didn't get it right on the other one. Maybe it's across?
What was Wanda up to?
Yep, that would be the correct one. So let me guess, Earth and Water are the next ones. Hey, Magic.
Fine, speak. There is more concern for Spider-Man than there is for Wanda. We don't even know.
Is it a new day? No, it's not. That we can upgrade abilities.
So I guess I'm Alright then.
Whoa, that audio was weird. Alright, are we good? What do we need? Let me see. Captain Marvel has something for us. Caretaker has something for us. Agatha has something for us. And that's it. Where are they? Hell if I know. So if this is the war room, yeah.
We've got a situation rapidly developing. I'll be in contact soon, Hunter. Hunter, my second favorite zombie superhero.
Wow.
Who is your first?
Tony, on 2 hours of sleep.
So,
what do you need?
I have questions for you.
The jokes in this are not very
Ask
funny.
away.
I don't know what you mean by that. Fits my legal name or preference.
Tell me about the Avengers.
Sure. What about us?
Do you think your team can find common ground with the Midnight Suns?
Look, I try not to get involved in team politics. I'll work with anyone who gets the job done. I don't care what team they're from.
Do all the Avengers feel the same?
No comment.
Tell me about yourself, Carol.
What in particular?
Your strength is hard for me to fathom.
With all this gamma weirdness keeping Banner in banner form, I'm Earth's mightiest Avenger. Once Thor realized the Hulk was in a class of his own, he was not happy to be in third place. He still challenges me to arm wrestling contests, and loses. He's much less salty since I started calling him Asgard's mightiest Avenger.
I mean, he
How
is.
powerful would you say you are?
When someone says we need to call in the big guns, they're talking about me. Just don't say it in front of Bruce. The Hulk is an order of magnitude stronger, no question. But he doesn't have my precision, patience, or reliability. At least, that's how Bruce put it.
That much power. And it does not seem to have gone to your head.
I do get cocky sometimes, but I don't take any of the from. Arrogance is like punching the afterburner with your wheels down.
Okay.
Thank you, Carol.
Anytime. And hey, if you find the time, we should hang out.
The cat is very happily sitting on my lap.
Of course.
Very, very happily sitting on my lap. She is indeed. Alright, let's finish up here, and then I think we're done for the night, because that'll be 4 hours, 30 minutes.
Don't leave me in suspense. How are you enjoying the library?
I thought we were past that.
We are, but I'm still allowed to be annoyed with you. I expect a bit of pushback from the others, but not from you, Hunter.
Why not? When have I ever made things easy for you?
You had your moments, few and far between, but that's exactly my point. You know what that place, what she meant to me, and you did it anyway.
If I had known it meant this much to you, I would have waited. It was not my intention to defy or hurt you.
Hurt, no. Defy, maybe. At the same time, I know I haven't been very open with you about everything that's happened.
At least we are talking now. Silence between us would only make things worse.
You're right about that. We have bigger things to worry about. Like the mouthy alien tormenting Spider-Man as we speak.
He did risk himself for us without hesitation. We owe him for that, at least.
For once, I think the entire team is in agreement. It's only a matter of tracking Venom down.
I would just follow the trail of destruction, but maybe there is another way.
I'm sure we'll come up with something. Don't leave poor Spider-Man waiting too long now.
I forgot he was in this game, but he is. He is indeed. He was in it near the start. I thought we already opened this one, but hell, we're doing it again. Because why the hell not? Hey, Agana.
You said something earlier about the blood.
In a world full of mysteries, the blood have managed to remain even more mysterious than most. They were an ancient race, said to be born of the Elder Gods. As I understand it, they were very strict about maintaining their bloodline. That's probably why you don't hear about them very often. And yet, here you are, one of their direct descendants.
Are there others?
It's quite possible. But even if there are, they might not even know it themselves. Somehow, I take comfort in that.
What they do not know cannot hurt them.
Indeed.
What would Wanda want with your altar?
What can I say? Some people have a curious, adventurous itch that just has to be scratched. I was one of them, and so was Wanda. Caretaker, not so much. But I see it again in you, Hunter.
So you encouraged her exploration?
Of course. Why wouldn't I? What good is being as powerful as we are if we're just going to spend all our time cooped up within these walls? What's the worst that could happen? You got me there, dear.
What do you know about the moon seals?
Presumably forged by the gods themselves. I like to think of a moon seal as both a lock and a key. With the right power, wielded by the right person, the energy of the seal is unleashed, creating a conduit to the Elder Gods.
And I am that right person?
Just another benefit of being descended from the blood. Lucky you, dear.
Where did the words of power come from?
While I often call them blessings or gifts of the old gods, the words of power are actually powerful invocations tuned to the unique energies found in descendants of the blood.
And Caretaker used the words as well?
Of course, dear. Sarah used the words of power on the Abbey grounds just as you do today. Many of the areas you encounter that seem receptive to these spells are actually the result of Sarah's frequent undertakings.
After our last battle, what happened to Lilith?
You were in the woods. You and your mother obviously came to blows, but we found no wounds, no evidence of what happened at all. A silent, deathly embrace between mother and child. We had hoped you would both find peace in the next life.
But she's not buried here?
No. We entrusted her to the Knights of Wondergore, the ancient protectors of your ancestral homeland in Transia.
Transia? I'm from Transia.
An organization like Hydra, and I doubt Lilith spared any who survived her reawakening.
Alright, anyone else? Nobody else. We're gonna call it here. Wait, is there a thing here? No, it's just the weird lighting. Oh, but there is something here. Cool. Alright. Hello, Charlie. I feel like there's this secret door or something, but it's just the lighting being weird. Thank you guys so much if you made it this far. I really do appreciate it. Let's go see if Magic's over here. Probably not, but she might be. I really do appreciate you watching this stream, joining us here today. This has been tremendously fun. We got to talk about all sorts of things I like, and all sorts of things hopefully you found entertaining. I will definitely be playing this again. Hopefully we can get through the 40-hour slog. I know we made some headway today, but not that much, and hopefully now that I've got the mechanics down of the game, we won't have to restart any missions. But with all that said, thank you guys again so much, even if you're watching the VOD, and I will see you guys in the next one. Catch you later. Wow. Catch you later.